Hello, Shelley.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Shelley. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I ordered a sofa on the 4th of July and was really happy with it, got it on September. And then I'd been staying at my partner's house as well after it was delivered because of the second lockdown.
Sorry, did you say it arrived in September?
Yeah.
So this is last year?
Yeah, they were really busy because obviously everyone was at home not spending money on holidays, so everyone went out and bought a sofa.
Right. Yes.
So I didn't get it until September.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously the second lockdown happened in October and I was at my partner's house for 3 months. And then as I've obviously been using it, it is the most uncomfortable sofa I've ever been on. The seats actually cave in the middle, so you fall into the middle of the sofa. It's only a two-seater. It's a static sofa. And you can feel the wooden frame along the front where your legs are, so that really hurts the back of your thighs. And then there's no structure to support the two cushions in the middle of the sofa, so it just caves in.
Yeah.
The arms of the sofa, they're padded cushions on the arms. When we sat down, the wooden frame again sticks out and protrudes into your arms, and it is just awful. So I logged an issue with it.
Why did you buy it if it was so uncomfortable?
Because it was lovely in the shop.
Ah, that old chestnut. Yeah.
Yep, it was lovely. And then they said they would send a technician, so he kindly arrived, and he said he wasn't allowed to say a lot of the stuff that he said to me.
Can I just guess?
Yeah.
Can I guess that he told you that the furniture that you'd bought was a complete load of old junk made out of pallet wood, foam and staples?
That's amazing. How did you know?
There you go.
There you go. That's basically it. He
Yep.
said, I'm not allowed to say it's a bad design, but it's a bad design. And it happens all the time. And no matter what I do, we can repair or refurb, but it will still do the same thing because of the style and the design.
How much was it?
It wasn't, well, for me it was expensive. It was $579, but after tax and insurance it was $758.
758.
But the insurance, when I spoke to them...
Why did you buy insurance?
I was aware of this, but it was only for fabric damage. So it wasn't covered.
Right. Yeah, but, okay. So you spent £758, including an insurance policy to cover you for what, accidental damage on this sofa?
Yeah, fabric tears, stains that I couldn't get out, they would send the upholsterer. Anything upholstery, they would be able to rectify.
Right.
So when I spoke to them and I explained, look, I've lost complete confidence in this sofa, I do not want it, they just basically kept saying rectification. I then appealed it because I felt like this is not fit for purpose. This isn't what you should be expecting within, it's not even a year. And for 3 of those months, I wasn't even here. So it's kind of been, email after email to everybody. And the other thing he said was this particular sofa was designed as a recliner. So basically what they do is that's why the seats are the way they are, but with a recliner you would have that supporting part going through the middle of the sofa to support the seat. But because it's not there, that's how they make it into a static sofa. So, yeah.
I remember years ago, and I've got several stories regarding furniture, and many of my listeners who listen on a regular basis will have heard me banging on about how poor quality most furniture is now that's for sale. And listen, I am the same. We go to these showrooms where all these sofas are sitting there and they all look lovely, and you sit down, oh, that's nice. Oh, yeah, I can see myself lying on that watching EastEnders. And, and actually what you're really buying most of the time now is just cheap rubbish.
Yeah.
Cheap rubbish that is put together with cheap wood, cheap bits of foam.
Yeah.
If you actually looked underneath at the structure of most of this furniture, you would be appalled at how poor quality it is.
Exactly, because he turned it upside down and cut away the fabric underneath. And it was awful.
Yes,
really
it would
bad.
be. It would be a complete load of rubbish. I bet it looked like it was made from a load of old pallets.
Yeah, pretty much. It did, yeah.
And did he show you the arms? Because the arms very often are now made with cardboard.
I didn't see the arms. However, he did tell me how to rectify the problem with the cushions on the arms, at which point he got up and he absolutely battered the arms fabric like you wouldn't believe. And he said, you need to do that every day after use.
Yes.
And I've got medical issues, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that.
I remember going to see a comedian who I won't name because I don't want to get him in trouble, but I went to see this comedian who used to do the TV voiceovers for one of these furniture companies. And as part of his act, he talked about how delighted he was he no longer did their voiceovers because he could now tell everyone what he really thought of their products. And he said they're the biggest load of old rubbish made with a whole load of manky old foam, cheap bits of wood. You know, you'd never buy one. And yet this man had made quite a lot of money, one would have thought, out of doing the voiceovers on TV commercials, telling everyone how wonderful they were.
Yeah, it goes on all the time, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Unfortunately, the problem is that we've become used to be honest with you, artificial prices for furniture.
Yeah.
We've become used to now £1,000 for a sofa. The simple fact is, if you want a really well-made piece of furniture, quality furniture that's going to last you for a long time, back in the day, you know, if you bought a three-piece suite, it would last you 20 years.
Oh, it really did. It really did.
Yeah, but nowadays, you'd be very, very hard. It would be very hard to find a company that could even sell you furniture that was that good quality it would last for 20 years because it would cost so much money because most of it is just this cheap imported junk.
Yeah.
Now, the problem that you've got is that ultimately, because it's been over 6 months since the date of purchase,
Yeah.
You're going to find it quite hard to reject the goods without giving the company a reasonable opportunity to come and repair the problems.
Right.
So I think, have you said to the company, I'm very happy for you to come and completely repair this furniture so that it's comfy and the cushions are supportive and I can't feel lumps of wood in the back of my legs and all that kind of stuff. I'm very happy for you to do that. However, please be aware if the same problem recurs, I am going to then reject the goods. Have you tried that?
I didn't. Basically, because my health condition dominates the way that I sit anyway. And no, is the short answer to that. I didn't say that to them at all because I thought just because they want to repair it and the technician told me it doesn't matter how many times he comes out to repair it, it will recur over and over and over again due to the design. But I haven't given them that chance.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's all well and good him saying that, but he's not actually prepared to put that in writing, is he?
No, well, he made comments that I'd lost faith, but that was it. Yeah, he's not going to threaten his own job by, you know, saying things he shouldn't.
No, but if ultimately he knows that any attempt to repair the furniture is futile, because it's just a load of old rubbish, you know, you can put lipstick on a pig and all that, but,
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not going to solve the problem, it's just a waste of everyone's time. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I won't make you any promises, but let me go and have a word with this company. Let me explain that you really are very concerned and that what I'll do, I think, is I'll try the whole... you've seen inside it and you were appalled at the quality of it. Let's see if that shakes them into action and they decide actually the embarrassment of being caught out. Because this furniture, when you go into the showrooms, it all looks lovely, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because on the top, these sofas are designed so that the fabric or the leather or whatever it may be looks really nice and they look comfy and they look like the kind of sofas you just sink into and all lovely, all cosy.
That's right.
They don't want you knowing just how badly built they are.
No, far from it.
And they hope that the furniture will last for just long enough before you start complaining that all the cushions are sinking and you can feel lumps of wood and springs sticking up your bottom and all that kind of stuff. They hope it's long enough down the line that they can then say, well, you know, you've used the sofa quite a lot and that's why, you know, all that kind of stuff. I deal with it all the time.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, they did say 30 days. I had 30 days in which to do this. Of course, because it's been months, they don't have to entertain it, even though their policy says 12 months on their products.
Yes, but that's for a defect, for something that goes wrong.
Yeah.
It sounds to me as if they would potentially be prepared to come back and address the defects, but you've been told by the guy that came out to have a look that you're just literally patching it up and it will all start falling apart again.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, and that's probably true. Look, let me go and have a word. Let's see what we can find out for you. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Okay. Sticking with the furniture theme, Sadie came to me some time ago regarding her sofa. Now, this was a very different situation because Sadie was telling me that she and her family, they have a parrot called Buddy. Her mum has a leather sofa, and it would appear the two didn't mix very well, and it had left the family with a real headache.
He managed to break the clip off his cage, and he managed to get out. None of us were at home, and we walked in, and we saw the back of the sofa, and he's pecked all holes in the back of it, and he's pulling the stuffing out. We've had him since he was 2, and he's 14 now, and he has never done anything like that. I think the lockdown got to him a little bit. My mum put in an insurance claim for him in June. She sent all pictures in and done all the form online and everything. The technicians come out and the parts are just not what they are at all. They're really shiny leather. They're completely wrong colour for the sofa. And even the technician agrees with that himself. My mum ended up getting an email saying that a delivery company was bringing a parcel to her. And the same parts came again with a letter saying that they are within tolerance.
So the attempts to repair the sofa just didn't work. So I went off to have a word with the furniture company on Sadie's behalf. Sadie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sadie.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, the company, as you know, is DFS. And DFS came back to say, at DFS, we take customer service extremely seriously. And this, of course, extends to the insurance policies we offer through third-party suppliers. These policies are intended to bring peace of mind to our customers by making claims handling easy and fair. With this in mind, we were very disappointed to hear about Sadie and her family's repair issue. We've spoken to the insurance company and we understand the complaint has been escalated and a resolution has been agreed. We apologise to Sadie and her family for any inconvenience caused. Now, when I spoke to you, you were very happy because indeed what had been decided was that they were going to give you your money back in order to purchase and re-choose other furniture from DFS. And last time we spoke, Sadie, you were very happy because that was all on order and you were waiting for the new furniture to arrive. Now, I gather there have been some developments, but not necessarily positive developments. What's going on? What can I do now?
Well, basically, Jonathan, the sofa's supposed to be delivered on the 2nd of August, well, today and we've had a call saying that it's stuck in a container on the ports and we don't know when the delivery will be. They're saying about the 10th, but there's no guarantee.
Now, is it stuck on a container in the UK or elsewhere?
The UK.
Right, so it is here, but for whatever reason there's a delay in getting it off the container and I presume to DFS's distribution centre.
Correct, yeah.
Right. Okay, and they've said to you they can potentially get it for the 10th, but they can't guarantee that.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, is it a case of just waiting, or have you got rid of the other sofa?
The other one's gone, so we're literally just waiting for this one to come.
What are you sitting on?
Garden chairs.
Right, okay. So you got rid of the other sofa in anticipation of the new one arriving. Now you've been told there's a delay. It will be the 10th, but they can't guarantee that. Might be even longer than that, and you're having to sit on dining room chairs.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, I think I need to go and have a word with them, don't I, and just try and find out what's going on. Have you, by the way, on a side note, have you made sure Buddy's cage is completely safe and secure, ready for the new sofa to arrive? Because we don't want Buddy eating the second one.
Well, Jonathan, he managed to get out and he flew away on bank holiday weekend.
What?
In May.
What, Buddy's done a runner?
Yeah, we done a runner. Luckily, we found him 24 hours later. Well, I did, but I had to send my dad up a 25-foot conifer to go and get him.
Gosh, was he all right?
Yeah, he's all right. It looks like he's been in a little fight. He's got scratches all on his face.
Oh, dear. Well, that's the trouble with parrots, isn't it? Because the other birds, they set on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dear. So you've made sure his cage is properly secure now?
Yeah, he's fully secure now, so no other mishaps are going to happen.
Okay, good. Well, I hope not, because after all of this, it would be terrible if Buddy got out and ate the second sofa. Look, leave it with me. Let me go and have a word with the DFS. Let me find out how long this sofa is going to be and if they can prioritise getting it off that container to you. Leave it with me. I'll make some phone calls this afternoon. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you, Jonathan.
OK, Sadie, thanks a lot. Now, Lucinda spent £1,700 on a new front door, which she ordered at the end of October of last year. She loved this door. It was duck egg blue with irises in the glass. But when it was delivered and installed, well, they realised there was a problem.
My father, who's 91, tripped out of the door, and my husband said, hold on a minute. And then we realised the door was too small, and it was supposed to be made to fit. And what they'd done is they'd built the base up 400 mil, and they'd brought the bottom of the door down 400 mil. So it was 800 mil too small, and they then filled it with a blue foam and put a face bit on it just so that it would fit in the doorway. And when it rained, the water came in through the bottom because it was just, I could put a bit of paper through in the corners.
Well, Lucinda was very, very unhappy about it. The company came back and replaced the door, but while they were replacing the door, apparently they broke the glass and made a bit of a mess of it. Well, I went off to have a word with the company on Lucinda's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucinda.
Hello.
Good morning. Yes, I'm well, thank you, Lucinda. Now, as you know, the company concerned is SafeStyle.
That's right, yeah.
SafeStyle initially came back with this response. They said, we were sorry to hear of the issues experienced by Lucinda with her front door. We regret the installation process and our subsequent communications were not up to our usual high standard. We've arranged with Lucinda for one of our service teams to attend on Friday the 16th of July and resolve the issue. Well, they did indeed come out, but you weren't happy with this replacement door, with the repair. So I went back to have a word with them again. They came back and said, we understand that the issue was picked up by one of SafeStyle's regional managers over the weekend, after Lucinda immediately called the regional manager to discuss the problem on the Saturday. To cut a long story short, there was a delay, wasn't there, in terms of their ability to come and do what they needed to do. And to be fair to them, some of it was down to you selecting with them that they needed to fit in with your availability so you didn't have to keep taking time off work. Now, I've got it in my diary that they should have been out since we last spoke and things should have been sorted with your door. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, yeah. Yeah, they came out. I'd wasted so many days of possible work or, bits, so that I just said to him, could they make it a Saturday, which they did. Mm-hmm. He came Saturday morning and replaced the piece of rubber that was missing on the base of the door and spray painted the scuffs and marks that had been made when they were replacing the glass. So it's all done and it's all finished with. The regional manager phoned me on the Saturday when the job was completed to check that everything was all right.
Good.
Mr. Mark Walsh. And everything's fine. The door is there, it's fitted, and I'm happy with it now. And I can redecorate my hallway and do the front of the house now.
Good. And something goes wrong and it's not wonderful.
Yeah.
The disappointment can be immense. So
I mean, it did take the pleasure out of the door, and I know it's only a front door, but it did take the pleasure out of the fact that it was something we'd saved for, we bought, and it just wasn't right. But now it's there and it's fine.
And no doubt the curb appeal of your property has gone up extraordinarily.
Very possibly, yes.
Well, let's hope so. I bet you're the talk of the neighbourhood with your duck egg blue door.
Oh, they do like it. Everybody's commented on it, so they do like the colour, and they know I love my flowers and my irises, so that everybody says it's definitely my door. Do you know what I mean? So it is beautiful, but it took a while to get there.
Well, there we go. We got there in the end.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, it's a pleasure. I'll thank SafeStyle. I'll give them the horn. Yeah. If you have any other problems, Lucinda, you know where we are.
I do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Maria ordered a new back door for just over £2,500. I know, a lot of money. She paid a deposit of £575. That was back in September of last year. Well, its delivery was delayed. And when it did finally arrive in mid-October, well, pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, I still, to this day, don't understand why this company told Maria the right back door for her was a UPVC back door. She made it very clear to the company that she wanted a door in a certain colour. Quite why they would have suggested at any point having a painted UPVC back door was sensible is beyond me. Surely a composite back door would have been a much better idea. I went off to have a word with the company on Maria's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hello, Jonathan.
Maria, the company came back initially. They said, we can confirm we've been in communication with the customer. We've reassured her that all necessary repairs and replacements will be carried out as soon as possible. Unfortunately, as the product is non-standard bespoke colour, there's been a significant manufacturing delay in getting the replacement products. However, as explained to the customer, it's of paramount importance to us to ensure that all of our work is carried out and finished to the highest of standards, and we aim to get this resolved as soon as possible. Well, I went back to them again. I said, but why are you doing all this painting of UPVC doors, for goodness sake? Why not organise with Maria to give her a composite back door where you can already specify the panels in it and the colour? That would be a much more sensible idea. They did then change their mind, didn't they? And they did indeed come to an arrangement with you that they would replace your door for a composite door instead. Much more sensible. However, that was weeks ago. Absolutely weeks ago, because I first communicated with this company back in May of this year. So what's going on now, Maria?
Well, since May, I heard on the 22nd of June, this man rang me up and said, are you satisfied with the fit of the back door and window? And are you happy with the finish? So I said, excuse me, I said, it's not even been done. Then I didn't hear anything else. And on the 13th of July, I texted the manager and I asked him to update me. And he said he was isolating until the 21st of July, but he would update me as soon as he got in. So I waited till the following Friday, and he got back to me on the 27th of the 7th and told me they got the window, but they're waiting on the door. And
Right.
I replied back to him, it's taken a hell of a long time, so please don't forget to get in touch with me on Monday when he goes back to the office. And he said, unfortunately, COVID has affected everyone.
Well, yes, it has. But they also have to recognise you've been royally mucked around for quite some time. I mean, I'm just looking at the last response I received from them. They said that Maria has been communicated with directly. We've shared with her the delivery date that our manufacturers have given to us. As soon as we...
the 23rd of July.
Okay. As soon as we take delivery of the door, we've agreed to arrange a convenient date for her to have the door installed. As standard, bespoke items take on average 12 weeks to arrive from our manufacturer. We have been given a provisional delivery date of the 23rd of July, which we have shared with Maria.
Yes.
So we have, I mean, do you even know if the door has arrived with them yet or not?
No, I was expecting a phone call sometime today, and it's not come. That's why I texted them 10 days before the date that they provisionally gave me. And, you know, I've not got anywhere so far.
Well, it's very frustrating. And on one hand, the company have been prepared to communicate. But on the other hand, you know, I'm looking now, where were we? So we've got June, July, and now we're in August since you came to my programme, and you still haven't got your new back door put in or your window.
Door or window, neither of them, no.
And is the existing door that's in, I know it doesn't look right, but is it at least watertight and keeping the weather out?
No, and I can't open it and shut it properly either, even though he tried to fix it last time he came here, and it was all right for a couple of days, and it's not. It doesn't shut properly, as you know. It's not watertight, but now it's catching again. It's catching the bottom bit.
You've only paid them, is it the 575 in total, or have they had any more?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot more money that they're still waiting from you, and yet even that doesn't seem to be the incentive to hurry up and get this job sorted.
No.
It's bizarre.
No. And I have come to the end of my tether now, as I've told them. You know, it's nearly a year. Next month it'll be a year, and that is pathetic. I'm sorry to say.
How did you come across this company?
Up until now, as you know, I was willing to wait.
Yes.
And I've been quite happy to wait.
You've been very patient.
What I asked for.
Yeah.
But now I'm getting to the end of my tether.
This company were they recommended by a friend of yours?
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that still a friend of yours or not?
She is, yeah. She's a lovely friend.
Right.
But she had problems with them the third time she used them. Oh. And that was 2 weeks after I put my order in.
Oh, dear.
And I said, well, too late now to change it.
Yes,
I wish I had done.
Well, I tell you what, it sounds like I need to go and have a little chat with them, doesn't it? Because, as you say, you've been perfectly reasonable and patient enough, but enough is enough now, and they need to pull their finger out and come out and get that door fitted. This is unacceptable. And I'm now at a point where I'm kind of thinking I'm going to have to identify them on the programme, because it would be unfair for any other door company to be confused with this door company that's left you in this position for months now. Leave it with me. Maria, I'll go and put that to them this afternoon, and we'll speak very soon. Ellis is on the line. Hello, Ellis.
Hiya, how's it going?
Ellis, I'm well, thank you. Tell me all about the problem without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I ordered a car part from an internet auction site using an internet payment service, and I checked when it was going to get delivered, and it was while I was away with work. So I got it delivered to the local shop around the corner from where I live, which is where I've had parcels delivered in the past, so that it's safe and secure. Plus, it was quite a lot of money, so I thought I'd better get it there.
What was the part that you were ordering?
Pardon?
What was the part that you were ordering?
It's for my Mini. It's a wide arch kit, so it allows me to make the track of the car wider.
Oh, what? So the wheels stick out a bit further?
Yes, basically.
Oh, you've souped them up.
Yes, yeah.
No, I see.
That's basically what it's for. Yeah.
And is this the old-fashioned Minis, not the new ones?
No, it's a new one. It's not the old-fashioned one. Yeah.
Oh, my first ever car was a Mini, right. And it was a beautiful old. It was gold, and I put a wooden steering wheel and a wooden gear knob in it.
Right.
And it had bull bars on the front and back. I didn't do those; they were done by the previous owner. And I loved that car, and I have no idea to this day. I have no idea why I stupidly got rid of it.
Got rid of it, yeah. Worth a lot of money now as well.
Oh, I know. I sold it for next to nothing, about 500 quid or something. I sold this car for. And no, I just think to myself, why didn't I put it in a garage somewhere and just keep it and love it? Because, as you say, it would be worth a fortune now. So,
Yeah, definitely.
This particular part is for one of the new Minis, and it widens the wheels.
It basically widens the body so that you can put wider wheels onto it.
Widens the body?
Yes, it goes onto the arches. So the plastic arches that are on the car, they clip off, and these ones basically are a direct replacement, but they're just wider.
I don't mean to be rude, but doesn't that make it look a bit tacky?
It's tasteful, not tacky.
Right.
I'd say.
Right. Well, it depends what kind of look you like. I mean, I like a rather, traditional-looking car.
Well, it doesn't look too dissimilar than the standard arches. It's not massively wide. It's just slightly wider. So to the untrained eye, you probably wouldn't notice that they were any wider.
So why bother doing it then?
So I can put wider wheels onto it.
Oh, I see. So it's all about the thickness of your wheels.
Yes.
Right, okay. So how much was this part that you'd ordered?
It was £395 and £10 delivery.
That's £10. Okay. And what's happened? What's gone wrong?
Well, it got delivered to the shop. I got the email confirmation with the code. I sent my dad down there to pick it up, and he phoned me straight away and said that the part wasn't there. Well, the parcel wasn't there. He said the shop said it might have been sent back, so I got in contact with the seller. They then it gave me all the details of how it got to the shop, basically all the delivery details, tracking numbers, etc. And so I've basically been going around in circles, contacting everyone to try and see where it's got to, and everyone points to the shop, basically, and the shop's denying all knowledge. I did go into the shop last week as a final sort of trying to find out where it was, and I asked them the system of how the email gets sent to me, and they said that the parcel is scanned in when it gets to the shop, and then there's an automatic email sent out that tells me that the parcel is there for pickup. So the parcel must have got there for the email to have been sent to me. But then the shopkeeper backtracked and said that they scan in one barcode for about 30 parcels, which makes no sense. So they're just denying all knowledge. And then they started saying that I was calling them a liar. And I said, well, I'm not. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where my parcel is.
Right. And how big is the item?
It was 12 kilos. That's how much it weighed.
Right. So it's quite a big box.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, it'd be probably the arches are probably about half the size of a wheel. So, I mean, half the size of a 17-inch wheel.
But I mean, let's have a frank conversation then. So, if ultimately you are of the opinion that parcel was indeed delivered to the shop, and somewhere it's gone missing, I mean, it sounds like a bit of an unusual thing for anybody to have wanted to pinch.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So it's very unlikely that's happened. I mean, why would anyone want, oh, gosh, look at this, it's a mini wheel arch, let's pinch that. I mean, you're just not going to do that, are you? Unless you're a mini enthusiast.
But the delivery company says that the parcel got delivered there. So everyone points to the parcel being there, but it just seems to have disappeared.
And so the parcel company that delivered it...
Yep.
As far as they're concerned, they are confident that parcel was indeed delivered to the shop. How do they prove it?
They said it was signed for by a gentleman at the shop.
And have they got the name? I don't want the name now, but have they got the name of the person?
They have a name as well, yep.
Right. So if they've got the name... And have you established, does that person with that name work at that shop?
They said, to begin with, no one by that name worked there when I phoned them up. Mm-hmm. And then when I went into the shop, they said that person wasn't there the last time I went in there.
Right, okay. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a word with the shop, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because if the delivery company knows the name of the person at the shop that signed for it...
Yep.
And if that person does indeed work in the shop, then what's happened to your parcel?
Exactly. That's it. And the thing is, the seller even said as a gesture I could buy it again and they give me a discount, but I don't want to be paying for it nearly twice. I'd just rather the parcel. But right. There's no doubt that the seller. The thing is as well, it's made to order this part, so I had to wait a month for it to be made and then shipped out. So it's not like it's an off-the-shelf item.
Right.
So
okay.
There's no doubt that the seller made it and sent it.
Okay. Right. Well, look, leave it with me. What I'll do, I'll pass you back. We'll get some detail and I'll go and speak to that shop this afternoon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
It's going to be an interesting conversation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Ellis, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to the team right now. Karen found a wardrobe that she thought would be perfect for her daughter's bedroom. So she ordered it. But when it turned up, the guy doing the delivery said, I don't think you want this because it's damaged. So she said, OK, well, fine, I'll reject it. And indeed, it was sent back to the retailer.
I reordered another one because I thought, it's not going to happen again. I was checking the tracking daily to see when it would come. And then a couple of days in after it had been dispatched, this second wardrobe was marked as being damaged at the depot. So I thought, oh, crikey, this is not good news. And also I noted that when I ordered the second wardrobe, there was only one left in stock. I got the first refund, so I thought, I can see now the second one's been damaged. So stupidly, I thought, I'm going to order it again. Again, it was marked as damaged. I've managed to get a second refund for the third wardrobe, but the second wardrobe, I have not heard anything.
So Karen doesn't have a wardrobe, not a single wardrobe does she have, but in effect she's paid for a wardrobe because she's only had refunds for 2 out of the 3 wardrobes that she'd ordered, if that makes sense. Karen's back on the JVS show. Hello, Karen.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Karen. Now, to be fair, I think you did make this a bit more complicated by ordering another wardrobe from them before they'd recognised that one of them had to go back and you'd got your refund for that. So I think that slightly complicated matters. It's no excuse. It's no excuse because the simple fact is you haven't got an undamaged wardrobe from this company, and you've ended up paying for 1 out of the 3.
Yeah, that's right.
So as I explained to you when you first came to the programme, I was somewhat concerned about my ability to be able to assist you. Mm-hmm. And my reason that I was somewhat concerned about my ability to assist you is that you'd purchased these wardrobes from the Range.
That's right.
And over all the years I have been dealing with consumer problems, I have never managed to get the Range to respond to any of the complaints that I've dealt with.
No.
So I wasn't particularly holding out much hope. And I advised you at the point that you first came to me that you might be better off going and having a word with your bank to see if you could get the money back from them instead.
Yes.
Now, I don't know, did you go and talk to your bank?
I did initiate a dispute with them, yes.
Right.
After speaking to you, yeah.
But do you know what? I was so frustrated because I thought I can't be dealing with the fact that I can never get the Range to respond.
Yes.
So I tried all the usual techniques. I tweeted them, didn't hear anything back through Twitter. I tried emailing them through their customer services, and the email just kind of bounced back, and it was very odd. I tried calling them, but as you know, the phone just rings and rings and rings. And in fact, on their website, they say you're going to be looking at 30 minutes before they're going to answer your call. So I really was getting frustrated. All of a sudden, I got an email back.
Wow.
I got an email from the Range press office.
No way.
I didn't even know they had one because you can't find any contact details for the Range press office. They don't advertise it on their website, or not that I could find anyway.
Yes.
Suddenly, I get an email back from the Range press office, Karen.
Gosh, I don't believe it.
They exist. And they came back, they said, "Hi, Jonathan. We have received confirmation this afternoon that Karen's second refund was processed yesterday. In the next 3 to 5 working days, the funds will appear in her account."
Wow.
Thank you, the Range press office.
My goodness. Yeah, well, I've had the refund now.
Have you?
Yes, yeah, I was gobsmacked.
Well, to be not as gobsmacked as I was when I received this email back, and now I've got a press contact there. I mean, they haven't put their own name on it, so I've no idea who I'm actually dealing with.
No.
It's just an anonymous person called the Range press office.
Gosh.
But even so, I've now got an email address for them. So Brilliant. If I do ever have any other complaints, I can go straight to them, and I'll be confident that at least I've contacted the right department and that someone should be able to come back to me.
Wow.
So I want to thank you really for coming to the programme, because I feel as if we've finally made some headway with a very large retailer.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you. I'm so thrilled to get the refund.
Brilliant. Well, I'm delighted that you got your money back. Now, what are you going to do with the money in terms of the wardrobe for your daughter?
Well, she may be getting a wardrobe, but she may be getting a clothes rail now. Yeah.
Oh. Right. Isn't there a bit of a difference between the two? Yeah. Don't clothes rails just let your clothes all get dusty?
True. Yeah. But she's got one wardrobe, but she wanted another one for the corner, but she's had a big clear out now. Right. So we might get away with it.
And will you, and I'm kind of slightly holding my head in my hands when I ask you this question, will you be ordering the wardrobe from the range?
No.
Oh, you won't?
No, I'm afraid not. No.
3 times you've had your fingers burnt, you're not doing that again. I see.
No, we're going to go somewhere else now.
Well, there we go. Listen, I will thank the range very much indeed. The range, it's a pleasure to finally have some communication from you on this matter. I will give them my horn. If you have any other problems, well, you know where I am, Karen. Coming up a little later on the Lunchtime Jukebox from 12:30, we'll have our lunchtime conversation. But first, to your consumer problems. There are lots of them, so let's get cracking, shall we? Mohammed's on the line. Hello, Mohammed.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning, Mohammed. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm a taxi driver, and I've been working with a particular company for nearly 7 years now. During those 7 years, I've taken roughly just over 4,500 trips with them. And they operate a rating system. So I rate at 4.97 out of 5 stars. As of the 19th of July this year, my driver account was suspended without any explanation.
Sorry, when was that? Just give me that date again.
19th of July this year.
19th of July.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without any explanation. I contacted the company and they said, we can't give you any details, but somebody will be in touch. So I waited. 2 days later, they did contact me, and they informed me that someone's made an allegation that I pulled a weapon on them.
What?
Yep. And I asked who this. They said it's a third party. So I explained what a third party is, and they said, well, it's somebody that hasn't any association with the company. So they're not a customer, they're not a driver, but they've contacted the company. So I questioned is, that if that was the case, which it wasn't, but if that was, why haven't they contacted the police? Why did they come to the company when they have no association with the company? So I asked for some more details. They said, well, the incident took place on the 18th of July. And do you recall anything? So I did recall something. And the individual that made the allegation is known to me because I helped his estranged wife obtain a non-molestation order out against him a few years back. And since then, obviously, he has a grudge.
Yeah, he's an old enemy.
Yes, and early this year, in February, he did try to intimidate me. And I did report it to the police because I had dash cam footage. And the police actually issued him with a harassment warning and also some kind of traffic penalty. Of course, the way he was driving. And I forwarded all that documentation to the company to verify that this is what the history is behind us. And that's 2 weeks ago. Now, I've chased it up a number of times, and the company keep telling me that they are reviewing the matter. But I'm sitting at home not earning anything at the moment.
Well, this is horrible, isn't it? Absolutely horrible. Absolutely. So, and do we know what happened on the 18th then? I mean, you know the individual, and it's obvious that this guy has got a real grudge against you because of you. You said you helped his ex-partner do some kind of non-molestation order.
It's non-molestation orders are when there's domestic violence involved.
Right, okay.
So I helped her, and now she's gained the courage to file for divorce after 12 years of abuse. So that's not gone down well with him, that obviously I've helped her.
Okay. And did that all come to a head around the 18th then?
No. This obviously the order and all that took 3 years ago. But since then, anywhere where he comes face to face with me, he gets a bit funny.
So what happened on the 18th?
On the 18th, all it was is obviously I finished work with the company and I thought I'd grab something to eat. So I pulled up at a takeaway and realized that he was in the takeaway. So I waited in the car. He came out. He realized that I was in the car. So he just stood outside the takeaway for a little while. So I drove off round the corner basically. So I thought, to show him that I've gone. Mm-hmm. He followed around the corner. So I just came back to the takeaway after that, and that was it.
So there was no kind of confrontation between the two of you?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
Right. But he obviously, for whatever reason, based on what you're telling me, mm-hmm. he decided at that point that he was going to try and make life very difficult for you work-wise.
Absolutely. Now, and I've explained this to the company, that if somebody pulled a weapon on me, the first port of call would be the police.
You would have thought so, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't find out where the person works and call them.
And do we know, has he contacted the police?
I don't think so, because the police haven't contacted me.
Well, as you say, that seems completely unfair and unreasonable. If an employer has been prepared to just simply suspend you from your work based on an allegation that is so serious that would definitely involve the police involvement, and unless the police have provided evidence, a crime reference number to say that indeed has been reported and is being investigated, it sounds like an overreaction by the employer.
No, absolutely, and I have asked the company to provide any kind of evidence that if there is any evidence for that the individual has put forward, but they say they can't do that.
But this surely then leaves all of their taxi drivers in a very vulnerable position, because in life we all make enemies, and sometimes enemies will decide that they want to get revenge in some way. You can't just allow people to start making accusations without any basis whatsoever that they haven't even reported to the police, and for that to involve your employer suspending you. I presume your employer, because of the way you work as a taxi driver, I presume that in this suspension it means you're not earning any money at all.
Yes, for the last 2 weeks I haven't earned a penny.
Right. And there's no indication from the employer as to how long this is going to go on?
No, I even rang them yesterday and asked, can they just give me a time frame? And they said they couldn't.
Well, that seems really unfair. Very, very unfair. And the fact that it wasn't even it's not even an allegation by a customer. You can absolutely understand if, for example, a taxi driver, there's an allegation made by a customer. If you were alleged to have pulled a weapon out on someone in the back of your cab, then you can absolutely see why the employer would deem this to be very much something that they needed to deal with. They're paying customer, they're member of staff, but this wasn't even anything to do with your services as a taxi driver.
Absolutely, and I've put that to them. If it was a customer and they needed to investigate or anything along those lines, then I could understand, that they've suspended my account. But right. It's clear cut that somebody that has no association with the company has contacted them out of the blue and said this driver's done this. Surely,
now, are you a member of any kind of organisation? Are you a member of a, taxi drivers association or anything like that?
I'm afraid not.
You're not? Okay. Because I just wondered if you'd been able to seek any advice, legal advice, as a taxi driver, because I have dealt with something a bit similar to this going back a few years now, and it was a taxi driver who actually worked for a local authority, or certainly had his licence through a local authority, and it was the local authority that had received a complaint. Again, it was a kind of grudge complaint that someone had decided to make to try and ruin this bloke's ability to make a living.
Well, that's the next step. That first you approach the company and then if the company doesn't do anything, you approach the local authority. So I'm thinking to myself, if he goes to a local authority and does exactly the same, I could lose my license.
Well, I think it might be a good idea to involve the local authority then at this stage, so they are potentially prepared for that complaint to be made, because he's obviously decided that he wants revenge against you. I mean, isn't this just sickening? There you are trying to do a good thing, trying to help your friend get out of what you say was an abusive relationship. I mean, I've only got your side of that story, of course, but if based on what you're telling me, you've tried to do a good thing and it's all backfired horribly on you.
No, well, I've sent the company, I've sent them all the court documentation, the orders that were given by the court, the police warning that was given to the individual. I've sent all that to the company so they can verify it. But it doesn't seem to have worked.
Well, I think this is really smelly, because you've also worked for them for 7 years. So they've got history. They know you. I presume there have never been any other complaints about you?
No.
So there's never been another complaint from anyone else. This isn't a pattern of behaviour. This is 7 years on, suddenly a complaint from someone who wasn't even a customer, who you've been able to prove has previous problems with you for reasons completely separate to your work as a taxi driver. I mean, this is just completely unfair. Right, Mohammed, can you leave it with me? I'm going to make some calls for you this afternoon, and I'm going to try and sort this out, because this just seems very unfair to me.
Thanks.
Okay. Lee, how much money do you reckon you've lost over the last couple of weeks?
Well, roughly, on average, we make £100 a day for every day we work.
Right.
So most days I work 7 days. Most weeks I work 7 days.
Right. Okay, right, leave it with me. Let me go and have a word and find out what they have to say for themselves. Mohammed, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some more detail.
Sure.
Thank you very much indeed. If anybody listening to the programme, I know lots of taxi drivers listen to my programme. If you have any advice for Mohammed, if you've ever been through something similar, it'd be really useful to hear from you. Now, Lucy came to me. Lucy was telling me she had a horrible old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory, and she wanted it to be replaced. So she found a company online to do the job.
They sent a survey around. They said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor who said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
And I'll tell you what, it's also a risky process when you know which company is involved in this whole fiasco. Let me explain more, because Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
Hello, Lucy. Now, as you know from our previous conversations, when I found out which company it was and I started to make some investigations, the man that owns the parent company is a man I'm dealing with regarding another consumer complaint at the moment. A man who's told me he is in serious financial difficulty. A man who has told me he is on the verge of losing his companies. A man who has told me he is fighting with every breath in his body to keep his companies going. So from a legal perspective, taking legal action against him is a huge risk, because his company is a limited liability company. If the financial pressure gets too much for him to be able to cope with, and he has certainly mentioned this to me regarding the other complaint I'm investigating, he's of course in a position where there's a chance he might just close the company down, and then you'll be suing a company that's in administration. So you're very unlikely to get any money from them anyway. Now, to be fair to him, he has been very upfront about his financial problems and has said to me, I could just close the company down and move on, but I don't want to because I've worked really hard for my company and I want to be able to keep it going. So he doesn't seem to be wanting to take the easy option. He wants to keep on going. Now, to further complicate matters, he sold the franchise for this company to a man that I've had dealings with previously, several times before, who ran a different local conservatory company and who was always very, very difficult to communicate with. In fact, I don't think I've ever managed to have a word with him. I've managed to speak to other members of his family, but I've never managed to speak to him. He is the man that is now running this company. And again, he's made no attempt to return my calls or to communicate with me. However, the first guy I talked about, the guy in financial difficulty, he promised me that he was going to get on to the other guy and he was going to freeze his bank account until he'd sorted the problem. Now, that seems to have worked. Whatever conversation has happened between the two of them seems to have worked because they came back out to you. They sent someone out to take off a section of the roof to expose the problems underneath. You've then got an independent person coming out to have a look at it to try and work out where the water is coming in from. What's the latest, Lucy? What's happened since the last time we spoke? Because it's been a few weeks, hasn't it?
Yeah, so last time we spoke, we were waiting for the company to come back to us with the information about how the roof is structured and how the box gutter fits into the roof. I traced them multiple times and never got that information. But regardless, the inspector came a couple of Tuesdays ago, and he said, right, stand underneath this box gutter and look up. Can you see daylight? And I said, yes. It's not a good sign, is it? And he said, no. I said, no, it's not a good sign. And he said, also, the windows are bowing. Another thing that isn't a very good sign, he said, this does not look good. Give me a week and I will put my report together. I need to submit it to the third-party mediation company, so you've got a copy, but also let's be fair to this company so that they've got a copy too. So a week later, we got the inspection report, and it basically said that the roof wasn't fit for purpose and that we needed a completely new roof.
Oh, God.
And furthermore, that it was unsafe. And actually, we needed structural support. So the third-party mediation company, I don't know if you can hear us banging in the background, have sent somebody out, a completely different person, but to essentially support the roof. They are saying to me now, unfortunately, there's nothing more they can offer because the director of the company, the parent company, has stopped communicating once again.
Really? When you say the director of the parent company, do you mean the man that I've been talking to?
Yes.
That's interesting.
He stopped communicating with them and they offer mediation. So, you know, from their perspective, there's nothing more that they can do. If the company stops talking to them, there's nothing more they can do.
No.
But it's at a stage now where, I mean, I wouldn't want to get them back to put the roof up because their roofs aren't sound. They're not good enough. They're not fit for purpose. So
right. Well,
we need a whole new roof.
What I would like to do, several things. Firstly, I would like a copy of the report so that I can see that. I think we are now at a stage where we're going to have to identify the conservatory company involved in all of this. The fact that you're telling me that they've now stopped communicating with this third-party independent organisation that have been keen to try and resolve the matter, that's deeply worrying to me. Because that does not demonstrate we have a company here that is keen to try and resolve the matter.
No, well, this third-party mediation company won't speak to the people that this director sold the companies to.
Why?
Because they have no relationship with them. That's not who their account is. That's not who they have their dealings with. They will only speak to the director of the parent company, and they're saying they're not getting a response out of him.
Right. Well,
and in fairness, my contract is with him.
Okay. Well,
I have no sympathies with this guy because he essentially owes us a lot of money. That's where this is at. There is no fixing this.
I think he owes a lot of people a lot of money. And that's the problem that you have with all of this. And this is what he has, in previous conversations, quietly mentioned in the conversation. I mean, as if I need it spelt out to me. I understand full well what he's saying. He is suggesting that the financial difficulty he is in, not only with you and with your problem, but with other problems, including another case that I'm dealing with, mean he is on the verge of going under. And in some ways, he has said it would be easier for me to go under, because if I go under, then I can move on and I can step away from this and I can move on. Whereas at the moment, I've got massive amounts of debt all around me, and I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. He hasn't used that exact expression, but you know what I mean. He's trying to relocate money around his company just to keep afloat. Now, this is a problem for you, because if I go back to him, and I'm of course going to go back and talk to him, if he ultimately says, right, well, do you know what? I can't afford to replace the whole roof. That is going to put me under. What are your options then?
Well, to be honest, if he ceases trading, that's the best thing in our predicament that he can do, because through this third-party mediation company, I've got the insurance-backed element of the guarantee.
Right.
If he ceases trading, hopefully the insurance kicks in.
Right. Well,
so actually,
in that case, regarding your particular predicament, then surely the best thing you can do is to begin small claims court action.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So is that what have you had a cost in terms of how much you're going to have to pay to have the roof done properly?
Not yet. That's our next stage.
Will it be more than 10,000?
No, it shouldn't be. But
so it is a small claims court action then?
Well, the total amount, the thing is, I mean, he owes us over 5,000. The roof being replaced would be over 5,000, plus there'd be some expenses. So I guess total, we would be talking over £10,000.
Well, the limit for the small claims court is 10,000.
I know. Yeah, I know. I just need to get it priced up. I mean, if we take him down that route, he's owed a lot of money.
But ultimately, and this is not helpful for my other consumer, who is dependent on him being able to stay in business to keep paying her dribs and drabs. But if I'm talking about your particular case, then if you're confident that by him ceasing trading, you would then be able to claim on an insurance-backed policy to be able to replace that roof for you, then surely, from your perspective, if I'm just to advise you, and not my other listener, but if I was to advise you, then I would be saying begin the ball, get that ball rolling.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, there's nowhere else to go with it anyway, so really.
Well, it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. What I will do, let me call him this afternoon. Let me explain the situation, and let me explain to him what you are now, what's in your best interests, and what you are therefore planning to do, and let's see how he responds.
Because I mean, for mine, I guess I need to price up how much all this would cost, so I know exactly how much I'm taking to court. But I would send him a letter. Obviously, I need to give him 21 days to respond to tell him that I'm taking to court and how much for. But the solicitor said to me to also send him a separate letter without prejudice that offers him an out-of-court settlement, which I would be happy with, £5,000. So it depends which way he wants to go, really, doesn't it?
Well, yes. Yes, it would. Let me call him. Let's see how he wants to deal with it, and let's take it from there.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Lucy, and I'm sorry this is just proving to be an absolute nightmare. And I have a feeling it's about to get a whole lot worse. Lucy, thank you very much. Do you remember Alan? Alan came to me. He was telling me that they decided to purchase a new lawnmower. Spent 160 quid. It's a cordless mower, but there's now a problem with it.
In May this year, I found that there was a fault with the battery charger. There's two batteries, and I had to recharge them about 2 or 3 times. to finish doing the job, and it just kept going into fault mode. So I contacted the retailer and I said, look, I've got a problem. This is still under warranty. Can you help me? They said, we can, but first you have to go to the manufacturer and get a number from them. So I tried to contact the manufacturer and I tried for a week, but they absolutely would not answer their phone. So I went back to the retailer and I said, look, I've tried what you've said. It hasn't worked. Can you do anything for me? They said, sorry, we can't do anything. You just have to get another one.
Well, the retailer's response doesn't appear to take into account the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. If you're a regular listener to my programme, you won't need me to remind you about the Consumer Rights Act. It's a brilliant piece of legislation that gives you and me and all customers in this country an awful lot of protection. It states that any products you purchase, in this case a lawnmower, must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, putting to one side any kind of warranty that comes with a product, it must last for a reasonable amount of time. This lawnmower hasn't lasted a reasonable amount of time. And that's exactly the point I went to put to the retailer on Alan's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Alan.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. No doubt your garden is now looking like a jungle with all that long grass that you haven't been able to cut.
It is. It's shocking.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, I've been off to speak to the company concerned, Argos, and they've come back with a very short but a very sweet statement. They say, we have apologised to Alan for his experience and we've offered him a gift voucher which will allow him to purchase a new lawnmower. Is that what they've said to you?
They have, yes.
Brilliant. How much is the voucher for?
It's for £160.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's fantastic because they don't really need to give you the full amount of money back. They could have taken a proportion, a percentage off for the use that you have had from the previous lawnmower. But the fact that they're giving you the full £160 is fantastic. What are you going to do with that £160?
I'm going to put some money because the actual item is raised in value, in price now. It's now £200. So when I get the voucher, I'll just add £40 to it and buy a new machine.
But are you buying the exact same one?
Probably, yes. But I'm worried that if that goes wrong, I'm going to have a similar situation.
I was going to say, why don't you buy a different one?
I might do that. I haven't decided yet.
Well, look, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this product comes with a 3-year warranty.
Yeah.
That you've already got experience on 2 occasions you can't use. Because on 2 occasions now, you've been told by Argos that you have to go to the manufacturer to get some kind of code number before you can then make a claim under the warranty. But you've had experience on 2 occasions now with this manufacturer that when you try and speak to them, you can't get a code number. So why would you want to get another one of their mowers?
Well, actually, in hindsight, I think I'll probably go for a different machine.
Yes, I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, you've already had the experience twice. I wouldn't put yourself through it all over again. And hopefully,
I emailed them this morning, and I said I would accept their offer, just to, put a close to the situation.
Yeah.
And I just expressed my regret that I had to go to a third party, i.e. the JVS show, to actually get a response from them.
Well,
I really appreciate the fact that as soon as you got involved, they did respond straight away.
Well, that's good. We're not there quite yet. We're nearly there.
No, I'm waiting for a reply from them to my email this morning saying that I would accept their offer.
Right. Do they sell other cordless lawnmowers from a different manufacturer?
Yes, they do. And actually, I think I should look at that option.
I think I would be inclined, but just based on the previous experience, you've had your fingers burnt twice. Don't go back to the fire a third time is my advice to you, because you already know that if you have another problem with the replacement one, you're going to be back to square one. So I think I would certainly be inclined to be looking at a different, good, reputable brand. It sounds to me from the experience you said. How big is your garden?
It's about 100 foot.
100-foot garden?
Yeah.
So there's quite a lot of grass to cut, isn't there, really?
There is quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So you need a really good quality machine that's going to last you for a reasonable amount of time. Just out of interest, is there any reason why you need to have it needs to be cordless? I know it's more convenient, but is there any reason why you wouldn't look at a corded lawnmower?
Because quite often the cord doesn't extend to the end of the garden, and that means I have to start using extensions, and it's not always, convenient.
Yeah. Yes. Well, you just have to... I think you need to do your homework and make sure that you're buying a good quality cordless mower. Because, and the other thing you need to factor in is the fact that you may well need to replace the batteries at some point in the future on it.
That is true.
So, but as long as you've done your homework, then, hopefully next time you'll get a better lawnmower that will last you for a more reasonable amount of time. What I'm going to do, listen to this. Half of the horn. Argos will get the rest of the horn as soon as you've got your voucher and you've got your new mower. OK, can you please keep me posted and let me know when it turns up?
I will indeed, and thank you again, Jonathan. Without your help, I would have got nothing.
Spencer's been carrying out house renovations for about 20 years. He recently decided to learn more about making a living out of buying and selling property.
Back in 2019, we bought a property that needed renovating, doing up, did it up, sold it, went very well. Shortly after that, my wife saw an information evening on property development and tips and tricks and information, March 2020. So we attended on the evening and talked to the organisers. It all went very well. And we said, well, we'll just walk away. We'll think about it, maybe get back to you tomorrow. And they said, well, if you take up on the offer today, you'll save yourselves 1,500 quid. So when I did confirm back to them, we accept the booking, I did express my concern about COVID and could you advise, please? And they replied the next day, said that we are continuing to hold our training courses over the next few weeks. So I just waited and waited. And I waited till the 2nd of April, which was about 3 weeks after we signed the contract, and asked to cancel. And they replied the next day and said, well, you're outside of the time to cancel. You had 14 days, so you still have to attend the course.
Well, as you can imagine, Spencer wasn't very happy about all of this because he said, to be honest, 15 months on, his hopes and dreams and aspirations have changed somewhat. He doesn't want to do property as a career. He'd far rather have his money back. However, the company, he told me, were telling him that because they were prepared to honour the course, albeit much later than he'd originally intended to go on it, he wasn't entitled to his money back. And that was the response that he was getting, which is why he came to me. Well, I've been off to have a word with the people who were running this course, and hopefully things are looking up. Spencer's back on the JVS show. Hello, Spencer.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So I did contact the company, and to be fair to them, they leapt into action as a response. They were so quick to come back. And they apologised for the problems. Apparently there was a bit of restructuring going on within the company in terms of their customer service department, and they said that they accepted that there were issues with communication and some confusion, and they were sorry about all of that. What they did say that was rather interesting was they say, I've obtained and reviewed correspondence between Spencer and our customer services, and note that whilst a refund was requested, it then appears that attendance was being considered at an alternative event. Well, you say that's not what happened at all. You had at no point agreed to go to an alternative event. The only other event that's ever been talked about was this either online event that you weren't interested in doing, or the same event that's now being offered, albeit much later. They went on to say, we note that Spencer declined alternative dates, and yet a refund was still denied. Our refund policy would not deny Spencer a refund based on his original request and circumstances. I will personally take steps to contact Spencer to resolve this matter. They were very apologetic about it, and I think they did indeed make contact with you straight away, did they not?
Almost straight away, Jonathan, yeah. Very impressed, thank you.
And the guy said to you that he was indeed going to ensure that the money was put back in your account. What's happened since we last spoke, Spencer?
When we last spoke on Friday, literally a minute after we spoke on the show, I had a pop-up on my phone from my banking app saying that you'd received a full refund of £997.
Fantastic.
Literally, it must have been like just as I put the phone down, so I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
Well, that's great, and I want to thank the company very much indeed. We're not going to identify them on the programme because I'm sure they would far rather that, but they know who they are, and I want to thank them very much indeed for doing that, and I will give them my horn in just a second. But what are you now going to do with that £997? Because I know your kind of aims in life and what you want to do for a career, they have changed. You don't necessarily want to try and make your money from property. What are you going to use that money for instead?
Yeah, we're still doing property as such, but I'll take more of a back step from that. So we are concentrating on becoming registered cat breeders for, what do you call it? Yeah,
I don't know. This is taken me by surprise. You're wanting to become a registered cat breeder?
Yeah, an official registered cat breeder for Bengals and Ragdolls.
Right.
I know.
Wow. So from property to suddenly cat breeding.
Well, with COVID, we couldn't do property development or renovations while COVID was happening.
Yeah.
Cat breeding can still go through if anything like this happens again. And, we've always had cats throughout our life, so it's something we enjoy, get pleasure from, so why not?
Now, I know people with Bengals. Not my kind of cats at all. My brother has ragdolls, and I've got a Burman cat. They're my kinds of cats. Wonderful cats. Yeah. What a difference, though. I mean, fancy breeding Bengals and ragdolls. They're opposite ends of the spectrum, aren't they?
Yes, they are. We started with Bengals. We do know that ragdolls and Bengals don't mix, so they kept separate.
No, I was going to say. I mean, but Bengals aren't Bengals the closest to a wild cat you can get, whereas ragdolls, a bit like my cat, they're just bred to be fluffy teddy bear type cats that just want to sit with you and have lots of fuss made of them.
Exactly that. That's why my daughter wanted a Bengal. I think the Savannah cat is more wild, more close to the wild than Bengals, but might be wrong. But
yeah, not my kind. I like cats that just want to sit on your lap and purr. And aren't necessarily interested in climbing up your walls. But there we go. Listen, good luck with your new venture then. I will thank this property company very much indeed. I will give them my horn. If you have any other problems, Spencer, you know where I am.
Much appreciated. Can I just extend my thanks to the company as well? Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Well done, Spencer. I'll give them the horn. Any other problems, we're here for you. Gem's on the line. Hello, Gem.
Hello, Jonathan.
Gem, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I do. In March 2019, I bought a new freezer. I've had no issues with the freezer up until about a week and a half ago. It started making a funny noise, and I keep frozen fruit in there to make smoothies. I went to take out a frozen banana, which is usually rock hard, and it was mush. So it was a very sensitive alarm on the freezer. If you leave the door open too long or you put too many things in there that aren't quite cold enough, the alarm will go off. The alarm wasn't going off. The temperature in there was reading that it was minus 18. I put my own thermometer in there. It was minus 6. And the alarm wasn't going off. All my food was starting to defrost.
Oh, no.
And I've had the freezer just over 2 years. So it was from an online retailer, so I went online to their reporting a fault, etc., and it went to an online chat, which was to a bot, and instantly, as soon as you say you've got a fault, they ask you what's the manufacturer name, and you click the manufacturer name, and they bring up the number that you call to get to the manufacturer. They don't even want to know at all for anything. So at the same time, I pushed it further and further and further until I got to chat to a real person. And I was at the same time chatting to the manufacturer online as well. The retailer says oh, well, we can replace it if the manufacturer admits there's a fault and you get a replacement code. The manufacturer says, no, it's out of warranty, you have to pay for a repair, which is £129 initial fee, and then obviously you have to pay for parts as well.
How much was the freezer?
The freezer was £419.
Okay. And is this just a kind of under-counter freezer?
No, it's a 6'6" full standing freezer.
Right, blimey, you must have a lot of frozen food.
I do. I have a 6-foot fridge as well. I like food. I cook all my food from scratch.
Right.
And I'm pregnant at the moment, and I've been making big dishes of something, putting a little bit in a container and putting it in the freezer. So when I give birth, I won't have to cook all my food from scratch. And at the moment, I've taken all of my meat, my fish, my dairy out of the fridge, and it's in the freezer. It's in 3 other people's freezers.
Oh.
But I've still got all of these homemade ready meals in there, all of my fruit and veggies in there, which I potentially may lose.
What a very organised person you are. That sounds excellent if you can do all of that. But you're quite right. You do need loads of storage. I often find, because I quite like batch cooking. You know, if I'm going to do, for example, a spaghetti bolognese or something like that, I like to do spaghetti bolognese times 3. Great big pot of it, and then put it into little Tupperware pots, and then you've always got your spaghetti bolognese. But I often I do that, and then I go to the freezer and I think, oh God, where am I going to put all this? Because there's absolutely no room for it. So it's very sensible of you to have a big freezer, but of course it's not helpful when your freezer doesn't work. I know you've sent us a recording of the noise the freezer is making at the moment. Can I just play this and let's just see how it sounds?
Yes, please.
Oh gosh. I didn't know they made diesel freezers.
Well, to me, it sounds like a mini pneumatic drill.
Gosh.
And the freezer is in my living room.
The freezer's in your living room?
Yes, because I have a full-size fridge in my kitchen, so I don't have the space to also put the full-size freezer in the kitchen.
What, so you keep the freezer in your living room?
Yes.
Wow. Well, there we go. Do you like having a freezer in your living room?
Oh, it's just how it is. I'm in a small flat. I could either have a small fridge and a small freezer, or I can have a massive fridge and a massive freezer in my living room. Right.
So you're sitting in the living room watching telly, and you've got that going on.
Yes.
Right. The simple fact is, and if you listen to my programme, Jem, you'll know this, you are entitled, as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, to expect that freezer that is not, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, £419 does not sound like a particularly cheap freezer to me.
No, it's by no means the most expensive, but it's definitely also by no means a cheap freezer.
Yeah. You are entitled to expect that freezer will last for a reasonable amount of time. It's not reasonable that 2 years after purchase, the freezer is not working and is making that terrible noise. No. And unless you've done something to damage it, do you need to defrost this freezer, or is it frost-free?
It's frost-free, however, it has started icing up. So the frost-free function doesn't work now, now that it's started all of this.
Wow.
It's frosting up, the alarm isn't working, and this morning the temperature was minus 5.5, but the reading on the freezer thermometer said it's minus 20.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the frosting part of it is the least of your worries. It sounds like the thing's going to explode at the moment, so...
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't worry about the fact it's getting frosted up. But the only thing I was going to say was, if for example, you buy a non-frost-free freezer and you don't defrost it, then of course you're playing a part in that freezer not being maintained properly. So that would then be your responsibility. However, if this is a freezer that doesn't require any maintenance, and if you've used it perfectly normally and within the manufacturer's recommended guidance, then you're entitled to expect that freezer to last for a reasonable amount of time. And the retailer who sold it to you has a responsibility to ensure that happens. It is not acceptable for them just to pass you over to the manufacturer and say this has nothing to do with us anymore. So what's the position that they've come to now as a retailer? Are they offering you any help at all?
The retailer will have said they will offer me a replacement if the manufacturer provides a replacement code.
Right. But that requires the manufacturer to come out.
The manufacturer is saying it's out of warranty. We will not give you a replacement code.
Okay. So you are stuck in the middle between a manufacturer and a retailer who both seem to have you over a barrel. That's very interesting because this sounds a little bit similar to Alan's situation with his lawnmower earlier.
I did think that as I was listening, actually.
Yeah, it does sound intriguingly similar. I'm sure it's a different company concerned because I know the manufacturer of the lawnmower and they definitely don't make freezers. But let's see what I can do. Let me go and have a word with the retailer. Let's see what they have to say. And I think they need to organise for either a repair on your existing freezer or they need to offer you some money towards a replacement. It's very simple. Leave it with us. Jem, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word with them, OK? Now, Shelley came to me. Shelley was telling me that she purchased a sofa last year during the first lockdown. Well, when lockdown number 2 happened, she moved into her boyfriend's house. So she didn't actually use the sofa for quite some time. When she did finally use it, she wasn't impressed.
It is the most uncomfortable sofa I've ever been on. The seats actually cave in the middle, so you fall into the middle of the sofa. It's only a 2-seater. It's a static sofa. And you can feel the wooden frame along the front where your legs are, so that really hurts the back of your thighs. And then there's no structure to support the 2 cushions in the middle of the sofa, so it just caves in. The arms of the sofa, they're padded cushions on the arms. When we sat down, the wooden frame again sticks out and protrudes into your arms, and it is just awful.
Well, Shelley said that she complained to the company and they organised for someone to come out, a technician, to have a look at the sofa. She's back on the JVS now. Hello, Shelley.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, this guy that came out to have a look, he was helpfully candid with you as to what was going on, but at the same time, he wouldn't put anything in writing.
No.
Which means it didn't really assist you with your complaint against the company. What he said to you was, and he even offered to show you the inside of the sofa to demonstrate just what a load of old rubbish it really was.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
He kind of lifted it upside down and let you look in the bottom and showed you that it was just, well, I mean, you describe it. Don't let me put words in your mouth. What did you see?
It was just the most basic of, like, palleted wood and not a lot else, to be honest, and not where it was needed. It was just empty, almost. Mm-hmm. Other than the main structure, it was just hardly anything. It was quite shocking.
Yes. Now, as I mentioned to you yesterday, and I'm going to bang on about this again because I feel it's my duty to explain to people listening to the programme about furniture nowadays. An awful lot of the furniture you will see in these swanky showrooms, and when I say furniture, I'm talking about sofas and armchairs and all that kind of stuff. An awful lot of it is, to be honest with you, a load of cheap junk. It is not designed to last for a long amount of time. And in fact, to be fair, I went into one of these showrooms, one of these sofa showrooms, and was looking at a sofa a few years ago. And I said to the lady, I said, so how long would you... this sofa, just to give you an idea, it was a corner sofa, a leather corner sofa, and I think it was about £1,400. And I said to the woman there, I said, how long out of interest would you expect this to last for? She said, our furniture is designed to last for 5 years. I said, well, that's interesting. She said, you might get 8 out of it, but it's designed to last for 5 years. I said, right, okay. I said, that's interesting because, I mean, thinking about my parents' generation, you know, they had three-piece suite that lasted for 20, 25 years. In fact, I think my dad has still got a three-piece suite in his house now, Shelley.
Yeah.
That was, it must have been bought back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And do you know what? That suite is still perfectly comfortable.
Yeah, because I know through our childhood it was exactly the same.
Yeah, it was
we
all...
never bought a new sofa.
No, the only reason you'd buy a new three-piece suite was when the other one had become so out of date and old-fashioned, you'd have to. But she said, this lady in the shop, she said to me, no, she said, most people, they get bored of their sofa, they get bored of the look, so they'd far rather have something quite cheap that they can buy, and then 5 years later, they just buy a whole new sofa.
Yeah.
I mean, there we go.
It's a throwaway society, I think.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we do seem to live in a throwaway society, and it's very frustrating because sometimes that's fine, isn't it? I mean, when you're living in your first flat or your first property, and you're only intending to live there for a few years, you don't necessarily want furniture that's going to last you for life, do you? Mm. You just want something that fits in that room and looks okay for a few years.
Yeah.
But when you get to my kind of time of life, where you're in your home that you are quite happy to stay in, and you've got your furniture, you know exactly where you want your furniture to go, and you say, do you know what, I really want to now buy some really good quality furniture that's going to last for a long time.
Yeah.
It's actually quite hard to find it.
It really is. I mean, it's not, like you said, it's not the way they do them now, they're just not long lasting. And for them to actually say that just tells you, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. And unfortunately, your experience of having looked inside to find that it's put together with what looks like a load of old cheap pallet wood and foam, that's fairly typical, I'm afraid, and an awful lot of sofas. If you're going to a furniture shop and you're looking for furniture, firstly, avoid any of the cheap stuff because it will be just rubbish. Mm. And then also ask whoever's there, what kind of structure? What's the structure made from? Is it hardwood? Where is it manufactured? Is it British made?
Right.
What kind of foam is used in it? Ask those kinds of questions. If they're a bit vague about what's actually on the inside of it, the chances are it's because they know underneath that lovely looking exterior is just a load of cheap junk.
Right, okay. Okay, yeah.
Now, I contacted this company on your behalf yesterday afternoon. I explained the situation, and I certainly made it very clear in my email to them that it sounded as if this was not a very well-made sofa. I gather they got straight on the phone to you and the offers started coming in.
Yeah, I was amazed actually at the speed, so thank you for that. They actually said they would either replace it with the same sofa but a newly built one, or they would let me choose a different sofa for the same kind of money. Mm-hmm. But I explained to them that actually I'd had to go out and get a second sofa because I needed something to obviously sit on. And I said I would really like my money back because it's not fit for purpose, and I want to return it. And she went and spoke to her manager. She came back, and they confirmed that they will do that. They'll collect this one within 14 days, and then when they've received it, they will then refund my money.
Yeah.
So I was over the moon.
Well, that's fantastic. And I know that we all have different budgets, and 500-600 quid is a lot of money. For furniture, for a sofa, it's not.
No.
So do you know what I would do if I were in that position? If I'd only got that kind of amount of money to spend on the furniture, rather than buying another cheap sofa from another company that probably will have the same problem, I'd be far more likely to look around at some of the older second-hand furniture shops.
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
I did exactly that.
I think if you buy second-hand, good quality furniture, the chances are you're buying better quality stuff than some of these showrooms actually sell. So
absolutely, that's exactly what I did, and the difference is night and day. It really is.
I bet
it's incredible. So.
Yes, and now of course you're going to have the opposite problem now. You're going to have this furniture that you hate because it's all out of date and old-fashioned, and yet the blooming thing just won't die. And every time you sit on it, you think, but it's so comfortable, but I hate it. You know, that's what you're going to have.
Goodness.
Well, listen, have they actually given you the money back, or just the offer at the moment?
Just the offer.
Okay.
Will they confirm it in writing, do you think?
I would hope so. They've they said it to you on the phone.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But there's been no email or any correspondence relating to it.
I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I'll just send them a quick email this afternoon and say, I gather you've kindly agreed to give a refund to Shelley. She's delighted with that. Can you just explain when she's going to get it?
Lovely.
Okay?
Okay, that's really kind.
I'm going to give them, as a bit of encouragement,
Yay!
just that's it. They're not having any more until you've got that money back in your account. Shelley will talk very soon. Sally's on the line. Hello, Sally.
Good morning.
Hello, Sally. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. So back in April time, I ordered a bra off the internet. It was meant to be all singing, all dancing, comfortable for a lady of my age and all that sort of thing.
Can you just, because I don't know very much about boobs, so could you just explain to me what you mean by that?
Okay, so it had a large piece of material at the back, and it did up at the front, and it was wide straps over the shoulders to be very comfortable and very cooling and easily on and offable and give you a nice shape.
It sounds like quite a contraption.
Well, yeah, they are.
Right. So this is more than just your usual bra with a couple of, strap at the back that you just clip.
Yes. It was especially made for the older, mature lady by this particular company.
Right. Okay.
And it was advertised online, and I looked at it and thought I'd give it a try.
Did you look at other reviews by other customers?
No, I didn't look that deeply into it, but from what I saw, it was pretty good.
Right.
Anyway, it arrived.
I mean, I would always advise, with a new product in particular, if you're buying something you don't, do as much homework as you can in terms of finding out what other people are saying. And if there are loads of reviews from people saying, oh my word, this is the most wonderful bra I've ever bought, it's so comfortable, that's great. It just obviously gives you more reassurance. But you might, of course, when you start looking into it, you might come across a whole load of reviews from people saying, don't buy it, it's rubbish, I put it on and it was so painful.
Yes, yeah.
So.
Well, anyway, a few weeks later, it arrived, and I got it out the packet, and the first thing I noticed was that the size label on the bra was different to what I'd ordered and different to what was on the dispatch note. But I didn't pay too much attention to that. I tried it on, and I just wasn't happy with it. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable. The material wasn't very nice. It was like nylon-y material rather than cotton. And it was just not a good fit. It wasn't big enough. It didn't really fit comfortably.
How much was it?
It was, let me have a quick look. Hang on a sec. I think it was about $40 or $50, whatever that is in English money.
Dollars?
Yeah.
Why were you buying something priced up in dollars?
Because that was just what it was priced up as on the website.
Yeah, but then it's probably coming from abroad.
Yeah, it was.
Why would you buy a bra coming from abroad?
Because it was just what was being advertised.
Yeah, but it could be a load of old rubbish from some other country that doesn't have very good standards, or...
Yeah, it was. And I realise that now, and I won't be doing that going forward.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, so I sent it back, and I paid the company that I sent it back through for international tracked and signed. So I've been tracking this item ever since. Now, I posted
Where did it come from?
It came from China.
Oh, right.
So I've been tracking this item ever since I posted it on the 11th of June. And it arrived at customs in China on the 21st of June and hasn't moved since. I can track it through China Post mail tracking system, and it's just sat in customs ever since. And I don't know what to do, because until it gets back to the company, I can't get my money back.
Right. How much? How had you actually made the payment?
Through an online company that does like internet payments. It's quite a well-known company.
Have you tried to claim the money back through them?
Not yet, because I haven't got a grievance or anything like that. It's literally the company that I bought the bra from have said, send it back. Once we get it, you can have the money back. There's no issue around that. My issue is the fact that it's got as far as customs in China and never gone any further.
Right.
And I don't know what to do or where to go. There's no way of, there doesn't appear to be any way of contacting China Post.
Well, no. And the problem is, because you've bought it from a company in China, you're not covered by any kind of UK consumer law. You know, I mean, if I just, because I get a lot of complaints along these lines where people are just buying stuff off the internet. If I said to you, Sally, I've just got back from China and I found some old market stall and I bought a bra from this market stall. Do you want to buy it from me for $50? What would you say?
No, thanks.
So why is it that people go on the internet and suddenly are prepared to part with their money from possibly exactly what I've just described? Some, backstreet market stall in another country where you have no idea how it's been made, you have no idea on the quality of it. It could be an absolute load of rubbish.
Yeah, I think the thing is, when you look at it on the internet, you don't always know where it's coming from. It's very difficult to find out where it's coming from. A pretty
good indication is if things are priced up in dollars. That's a pretty good indication that you're not buying from a UK-based company. I mean, my advice to everybody listening to the programme, and I'm not saying this to have a go at you in any way, I'm saying it because I don't want you or anyone else to make this kind of mistake and to end up out of pocket. And you've got to recognise the internet is a wonderful thing. It opens you up to the whole world. But with that comes good and bad things. And I certainly would not be going on the internet and buying things for my house or for my body or for anything else from some company based in China, because I have no idea whether their standards are good. I have no idea whether they're going to, the products they sell comply with UK law, with safety laws, all of those kinds of, I have no idea. And also, if I have a problem with the company, I'm not covered by the UK Consumer Rights Act.
I realise that now.
So, I mean, I need to brace you for the fact you may well have just lost $40 or $50. Because it may well be that you're never going to get that money back. But I think probably speaking to the internet payment company is probably your best chance of getting the money back. What I can certainly do is try and make contact with that company in China. When we deal with companies like that, sometimes they will try and respond. Other times they just don't even bother. Because to be honest, it's not really, they're not really that bothered about a good reputation in the United Kingdom.
No.
So they couldn't really care less. They might not even, they might not even know what the BBC is. But I can certainly try and make contact with them and try and find out what's going on and see if there's anything they can do. But I would suggest in the meantime, you contact that internet payment company and try and claim the money back through them.
Okay. I'll give them a whiz and give them an email and see what happens.
And please, in future, don't just because you find a company with a nice looking website, start buying stuff. Look into where they are. Are they a UK-based company? check them out. Make sure they're a real UK-based company and they're not just using some mail order, post PO box in the UK. Make sure they genuinely are based in the UK. Look at their customer reviews. See what people are saying about them. Look at what people are saying about the product. Then, once you've satisfied yourself that you are dealing with a proper, reputable, UK-based company with a good customer reputation that they will want to maintain, then make sure that you pay on a credit card and cover yourself if things go wrong.
Yes. Yeah. I have been doing that since this occasion.
Yeah.
After listening to your programme quite a lot, so...
Well, if I can just save one person listening to this programme today from ordering something... Quite often the way these things pop up is on social media. Yes. Adverts pop up on social media. Yes. And we've all heard about the usual ones, you know, the tablets for this and tablets for that, that people will order. There's stuff for hair loss. I don't know, did this... that you came across this advert, did you come across it via social media?
Yes.
There you go.
I know.
Right, okay. Well, look, you live and learn.
You do.
And hopefully if one person listening to the programme now doesn't fall for this kind of thing, then we've helped everyone, haven't we? I'll see what I can do, Sally, but don't hold your breath.
All right, lovely. Thanks
Okay,
so much.
all right, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to the team. Simon booked his wedding for September last year, but it was postponed because of coronavirus. So they rearranged the wedding for April of this year with another reserve date for September.
We obviously booked everything up, including photographer and wedding insurance. So we spoke to the photographer again and said, would he be all right for the following April? We said, fine. And we've also put a reserve date in for this September. And he said, yeah, that's absolutely fine. And I spoke to him in February. I said, I'd like to pay a deposit if possible. He said that was fine. So we paid him £500. It got to about March, end of March, beginning of April, and we decided we needed to speak to the photographer just to go through a few bits and pieces with him, and couldn't get hold of him. So I ended up going on Facebook just to have a look and found out that he had passed away.
Oh, no.
Which was, a little bit of a shock. So we both thought about it and thought, well, we have got insurance, so we wrote to the insurance company. And we got a reply back saying, we're really sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, you're not covered. You might well have been covered had he not turned up on the day. Unless it goes into bankruptcy, you're not entitled to a penny.
Well, of course, there was no way the photographer would be turning up on the day, so why would this wedding insurance not pay out? It's a very difficult situation, and a very sensitive situation as well for Simon and his fiancée to deal with. Simon's back on the JVS show. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Jonathan.
I mean, from a legal perspective, you really should have been contacted by the executor of his will, who would have been winding up his estate, because this money that you had paid would have gone into his estate. And we've had a number of people contacting the programme that have said they've had a similar situation, and they were contacted by a solicitor acting on behalf of the person that had died, to explain that the person had died and therefore the contract wouldn't be able to be fulfilled and the money would be paid back to them through that particular estate. But you haven't heard anything from a solicitor?
We didn't hear a thing from anybody. Well, to be honest, we wouldn't have known he'd passed away had we purely just... I went onto Facebook, which I very rarely use, and just saw that he had passed away. I just put his name in and there he came up and his family had said sorry that he'd passed away.
Terribly tragic. And the last thing you want to do is to go and speak to the family and say,
yes,
sorry about your loss and all that, but can I have my £500 back? Because that would be really insensitive. So you said if it came to that, you would simply write the £500 off.
We would have done, yes.
But you felt a bit aggrieved that you had, unlike some people, and you're very sensible to do this, you had very sensibly decided to take out wedding insurance. My advice to everyone listening to the programme, always, if you are planning to get married, from the minute you decide to get married, take out wedding insurance. It's not very expensive in the grand scheme of things, and as long as you are purchasing a good quality policy that gives you a lot of protection, it can really be wonderful if things go wrong and if for whatever reason you need to cancel the wedding.
Yeah.
So please, ladies and gentlemen,
take... Jonathan, it was quite cheap, the actual policy. We were quite surprised.
Do you remember how much it was?
It was something like £45.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean...
I think what it's covering, it's...
Well, I think you can pay more than that, and it may well be that the more you pay, the more the policy will cover. Yeah. But even so, in the grand scheme of things, when you look at how much people spend now on weddings, I'm always amazed when people say, oh yeah, we're spending £20,000 on our wedding. Oh right, how much was your wedding insurance? Oh, we haven't bothered taking that out. What? So you're putting down deposits and signing yourself up for all these kinds of contracts to the value of £20,000, and you've got no insurance if, for example, your fiance runs off with someone else a week before the wedding. I mean, it's unfortunately unexpected things can happen, and that's what insurance is there for. Now, I went off to have a word with your insurance company. They are Emerald Life. And they came back with this response. They said, "We were very sorry to hear about this tragic event, and we extend our sympathies to the family of the photographer. Although we had not received a complaint from the policyholder, this event is not something covered under the policy. However, in this instance, a payment equivalent to the claim amount has been made as a gesture of goodwill." So they were kindly agreeing to give you the £500. What's happened since we last spoke, Simon?
Well, when we last spoke, I said you had an email from them asking for my bank details, which I gave them, and they said the money would be with me shortly. And the money arrived. The money arrived on Monday morning.
Fantastic, lovely.
In the bank.
Brilliant. Well, we want to thank Emerald Life very much indeed. It would appear the policy didn't cover this particular unexpected eventuality. However, they've decided to go over and above to pay that to you. So that's fantastic. And we will thank them. And I will, of course, give them the horn. And you're due to get married. Is it next month?
It's the end of next month. Yeah, the 25th of September.
Wonderful. Well, I hope it will be a super day. With a new photographer, yeah, quite. Yes. Well, I hope it's a wonderful day. You've waited a very long time, as so many people have waited a long time to get married. I wish you all the luck in the world, and I will thank Emerald Life very much for giving you that money back.
And once again, we thank you and your team for everything you've done, because without you, we wouldn't have got it back. So well done. Thanks, Jonathan.
Simon, it's an absolute pleasure. May, Darren purchased a new washer-dryer for £580. He was going for something durable, but he was saying, unfortunately, that hasn't turned out to be the case.
After a couple of days of having it, I noticed there was a small amount of water in front of the machine. Couldn't work out whether it had been spilt when we were taking washing out or anything. So didn't think too much of it. And a couple of days after that, there was another small pool of water, just a couple of drops, nothing more than that. A week and a half ago, we came into the kitchen to a flood, inch of water on the floor, absolutely sodden. Mopped it all up, and as I took the washing out of the machine, I noticed there was a tear on the door seal. So I contacted the manufacturer and said the door seal's torn. Obviously, I'm not sure whether this has happened when the machine's been in operation, but it's certainly nothing that we've done to damage it. And they've said, no, we don't cover door seals.
Well, an engineer has now been out to have a look at the machine and has fixed it. Darren agreed to pay, reluctantly, £110 for the repair. But he doesn't think it's fair he's had to pay that kind of cost so shortly after receiving the machine. So I've been off to have a word with the company that he purchased the machine from. Darren's back on the JVS show. Hello, Darren.
Hello.
Hello, Darren. Now, you're not going to be happy with this. Well, let me just cut straight to it. The company concerned is Samsung. And Samsung have come back with this. This is Samsung UK.
Yep.
We're sorry to hear that the customer you have mentioned is not happy, but the repair falls outside of the terms and conditions of the washing machine warranty. Based on photographic evidence of the reported fault, and following examination by a Samsung-approved service partner, it was confirmed that, as the issue is physical damage to the seal, it would be a chargeable repair.
Which is just appalling, because they couldn't prove that it was damaged by misuse. And as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't leaked since the seal has been repaired. So it must have been porous to start with and literally fell apart in use.
So let's just talk about your options available to you. So there are two options. Option number one, which I'm sensing you're probably not happy to accept, would be it's one of those things, it's difficult to prove how the seal became torn, and rather than allow it to all end up going to court, you accept that you've lost 110 quid getting it repaired. The other option would be that what you do is you write to Samsung and you explain that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you do not feel that the product is of reasonable quality. You would explain in your letter that you have at no point put anything in the machine other than normal clothes. You have not put anything in the machine that in any way would have damaged that rubber seal, and therefore your allegation is that the rubber seal was obviously either already damaged and the damage just unfortunately with use became worse.
Got worse and worse, yeah.
Or the seal was not fit for purpose in that particular machine, which is why it split so soon after the purchase date. And you would explain to the company that you have paid them the £110 under protest. However, you're not happy with that and you would like to give them another opportunity to repay the £110. Alternatively, you will sue them through the Small Claims Court.
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
Now, I have to warn you that, of course, whenever anything goes to court, there is always a risk that it won't go your way. The positives for you, as we discussed last time, are that for the first 6 months from the date of purchase, and you only bought this machine in May of this year, yeah?
Yeah.
For the first 6 months, it is the retailer's responsibility to prove that you, the customer, have in some way misused this washing machine, and that's why the rubber seal broke.
Yeah.
Now, they, I presume, will base their argument, if it ends up going to court, they will base their argument on the photographic evidence that does show, I've seen the photos, it does look like the rubber seal, it's a normal rubber seal that you get on a washing machine, it looks like something's caught on it and ripped it, doesn't it?
Yeah. It also shows inside, though, minute tears, so it looks like it's possibly faulty during the manufacturing process.
Right. But of course, they would have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that that machine had come with a seal that was in perfect working order.
Yes.
And it wasn't slightly damaged at the point of delivery and just got worse through normal use. Now, there is an argument to say they're going to find that very difficult to do. But they might decide to. If it were me, and I've said to Samsung that I didn't think you would be remotely happy with that response, but that's the response they provided. If I were in charge of Samsung, I would be saying, do you know what, it's only 110 quid. The guy's only just had the washing machine. Let's refund him that £110, because if it ends up going to court, we're going to have to spend loads of time with our legal department looking into it. We're then potentially going to have to go and defend ourselves in court, all over 110 quid. It's just not worth it. So that's what I would be doing. However, I don't run Samsung, and it would appear Samsung do not, at this point, want to resolve the matter in that way. So they're suggesting they were perfectly within their rights to charge you. It's a chargeable repair, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah. Oh, the only moral from this, really, obviously we'll follow that, is really if you buy a new appliance, completely check the door seal, because they're not going to cover it if it's faulty.
Well, you have a reasonable entitlement when you purchase a product that it should be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know whether very many of us would actually stick our head properly inside the washing machine and under torchlight inspect every single inch of rubber around the seal of our brand new washing machine. I'm not sure whether very many people would do that. I certainly didn't do that when I bought a new washing machine recently.
No, and I wish I had now, but there we go.
Well, in terms of a lesson for you, I think the minute you notice drops of water outside the door, that should have been, rather than just assuming that it must have been dripping clothes, that should have been the moment to kind of investigate properly at that point. Because what may have happened, and what you suspect has happened, is that the machine came with a rubber seal that had either one or maybe multiple very tiny tears to the rubber. And it was only when the machine has been spinning and the clothes it's had the weight of the clothes going round in it, that it's then pulled on that split and the split has opened up. Obviously, the sooner you can prove that, the better. What are you going to do then? Are you going to fight it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no harm in writing to them and going down that line. And we'll see what the response is once they receive the letter.
Fine. OK. Well, I tell you what, I'm fairly sure Samsung will be listening to the programme today. So, Samsung, you can expect to hear from Darren outlining his intention to sue you in the Small Claims Court. And we'll see how the matter progresses and see how this all pans out. We will follow this right through to the conclusion here on the JVS show. Darren, let's see what happens after that letter and we'll talk again. 2019, Graham welcomed 2 rescue dogs into his family and took out a full vet healthcare package for both of them, which would last for the rest of their lives. It cost £14 a month and it included all necessary worming, flea treatments and annual vaccinations, including the vaccination for kennel cough.
On Sunday the 13th of June, Rosie became very ill. She was coughing and being sick and in a lot of pain. And so we phoned up the vet, explained what the problem was and asked for an appointment to come and see them. Unfortunately, there weren't any, as the next one was available on the Monday, so we booked that. Unfortunately, during the course of the day, the dog became significantly worse. We phoned the vet again, and they had a number for a different vet to provide emergency care. The vet diagnosed kennel cough, and for her, he gave her antibiotics for the infection and inflammatories for the pain. We went to our vet the next day. Whilst he was on the computer, he said, Rosie hasn't had kennel cough.
She hasn't had her kennel cough vaccination?
At all.
Whatever?
Ever, since we started with the package. She's had all the rest of the vaccinations, but she's missed the vaccination for kennel cough.
Well, it would appear both dogs had not had the vaccine, and then Blue also became ill with kennel cough. Well, Graham was very unhappy about all of this. He sent a complaint to the vets, and his argument was, why didn't you give my dogs the kennel cough vaccination? Because although the kennel cough vaccination is not a guarantee that the dog will not get kennel cough, my dogs didn't even have the chance to be vaccinated and have protection against kennel cough. And that's why they became so unwell. Well, Graham's back on the JVS show. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you, Graham. Now, I know you've heard from the company, and we'll get to that in just a second. The company had promised me a statement today for the programme that, unfortunately, as we sit here at almost 10 to 12, has still not arrived, which is frustrating. I did, however, have a conversation with them yesterday afternoon, and they were very keen to point out that they have come to an agreement with you, but they wanted to make it very clear this was a goodwill gesture. And they wanted to make it clear that it was a goodwill gesture because, and there is some truth to this, Graham, the kennel cough vaccination, as with any vaccine, it doesn't 100% guarantee that you're not going to get the disease that you're being vaccinated against. I mean, for example, if you look at the COVID vaccination, there's a classic example. It gives you protection against it, but it can't guarantee you won't get it. Hopefully what it does mean is if you do get it, your symptoms will be much less severe. With kennel cough, it's even more difficult because apparently there are all kinds of different types of kennel cough, and the kennel cough vaccine can provide protection for some variants of kennel cough, but not for others. So, in effect, what they were keen to stress was just because your dog's been vaccinated for kennel cough doesn't mean your dog's not going to get kennel cough. So that was the fundamental argument. But I said to them, but this customer's dogs didn't even get the chance to have any protection against kennel cough because they hadn't been given the kennel cough vaccination. Well, the companies say that they have come to an agreement with you now. What have they offered you, Graham?
They've offered me a full refund on the emergency costs that Rosie had, the secondary costs that was incurred at their premises and the cost that Blue had. So in total, it's come to £400.
Right, which was what you were looking for in the first place.
It was indeed, yes.
Right. Are you happy with that?
I would have been happier not to have the dogs ill, but in the circumstances, yes, it's the best they can do.
Just out of interest, did they give you any explanation as to why your dogs had not received the kennel cough vaccine that you say was included in this package?
No, that's the worrying thing for me, because they haven't found the root cause of why the dogs were missed. And if they haven't found the root cause, they can't correct it. Therefore, the risks are still there that had I continued with that vet, they would have missed them again.
Well, it is frustrating, and that's why I'd hoped that the statement they had promised to send over, I hoped that I would have that to read to you, and I hoped that that would shed some light on how this all happened in the first place. If it's of any assistance to you, and I don't know whether you're planning to continue with this package for your 2 dogs or not, but I don't have my dog vaccinated against kennel cough. And the reason why I don't have her vaccinated against kennel cough is purely because, firstly, she doesn't go into kennels and therefore is unlikely to be kept in a confined space with other dogs where it's more likely for her to pick up kennel cough. But also, my vet made it very clear that actually the protection you get from the vaccine, it's not terribly significant. So, I don't know if you're going to have them vaccinated in future for kennel cough or not. It's entirely up to you.
I probably will, just to make sure they get everything they possibly can, although I have moved vet, so it'll be a similar package with a different vet.
Right. And are you sure you've worked out to make sure that that's a cost-effective way of doing it? Because the £14 a month, that doesn't cover you for insurance, does it? So if one of your dogs became very ill, that doesn't cover you for that. This is only the basics of veterinary care that your dogs require.
Correct. The insurance is a different cost.
Yeah. So are you sure it's worth it?
Well, when you work out what the flea and worm treatment costs, even from somewhere like the big retail shops, it works out £10, £11 a month for each dog.
Yeah.
That one leaves £3 or £4 a month to cover the cost of the inoculations, and they're about £60, £70 for the year.
Yeah.
So I think it's reasonable value.
I think it all depends, doesn't it? If you're someone that puts flea treatment on your dog every single month throughout the whole year, and if you're someone that worms your dog every single month throughout the whole year, then maybe it is worth it. If you're someone that kind of targets the flea treatment and the worming at specific times of the year, and for other times doesn't necessarily put that medication on the dog, well, maybe it's not worth it. But each individual person has to make that judgment call. In terms of how much all of this has cost you, you've got the money back, £400.
I haven't got it back yet, but I will have it back.
Oh, okay. Have they mentioned how long it's going to be?
Well, they said it was going to be a very quick batch transfer. That was on yesterday. It hasn't come through today. So I'll leave it for another couple of days, and then I'll contact the company again to see when it's going to happen.
Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them this. Just a little bit of the horn. Now, I very much hope that next time you and I speak, the company will have provided the statement that they promised me for today. So okay. I will contact them this afternoon, just ask why that still hasn't come through. But hopefully next time we speak and I'm able to give them the full fanfare and the full thanks, we'll be able to have some further explanation from them as well.
Excellent.
Thank you, Graham, and good luck with your dogs. I hope they'll be fine now and no more kennel cough to have to deal with in the future.
Absolutely. Thanks again for your help.
Emma's on the line. Hello, Emma.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Emma. I gather you have a consumer problem for me. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Back in May, my mum wanted the cladding done around the side of her house, and she wanted to just make it look grey and just like make an improvement on the house. My dad passed away 10 years ago, and my mum's a widower. So I was there for the initial quotation, and they came round, and they also noticed that whilst they were doing the quotation for the cladding, that the roof, they said the roof definitely needs doing.
Howard, okay, already I'm starting to feel a bit anxious about this. How had you come across this company that were coming around to quote?
They were in Trust a Trader.
Okay, I didn't want any company names, but
you
found them through a some kind of trade organisation.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what's gone on? I mean, I'm slightly uncomfortable now. You've just named that organisation. Have you involved them at all?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that's why not?
We just I'm recovering from breast cancer at the moment. Obviously, Mum's on her own, and I'm trying to just help her with this.
Okay. All right. Well, to be fair to Trust a Trader, then, and you have named them. They have not had an opportunity to respond to this.
No, they're fine. It's not them. They're not the company.
I'm aware. I'm aware of that, but they may well be able to help you, and it may well be that if we get them involved, they will be very useful in this. But it would have been a good idea to go to them first.
Okay.
Because if you have found this particular contractor through their website, they obviously will provide all kinds of assistance for people after the event. So carry on telling me the story, but you're going to have to be very careful now.
Yes, I will do. Sorry.
As to how you tell me the story. So what's gone on with this roof?
So they've replaced the roof, from which they kept saying that the roof's going to be fine, because there was issues with the cladding. We've since had the scaffolding, by the way, was left up for several days after they'd finished. They managed to do the roof and the cladding in 2 days, which we thought was quite quick.
Had you sourced other quotes?
Yes, we did. We did get 2 other quotes.
Right. And you went with this particular company, why?
They seemed very convincing. They seemed that we'd looked on their website. They said that the work was going to be guaranteed and we'd get a completion certificate, from which we've never actually received. And we just, I felt that, that was, I mean, I'm no expert, but obviously with me and Mum, 2 women, what could we do? But we went with them and we trusted them.
I should just point out I don't know anything about roofing either, so I don't think this is. I don't think this is a woman thing. I think it's you either know about.
So when the scaffolding came down, the neighbours noticed that it was bowing at the top by the roof, the cladding. Then other things started to appear. The corners hadn't been fixed properly. The wrong type of material had been used. That's not normally used for cladding for exteriors, and it's only used for interior sort of style. So then we got 2 other companies to come round and inspect it, and then they listed a whole lot of issues that they thought that was wrong with it. Okay. We then approached the company and they said, okay, we understand that there's a problem and we're going to get some more materials. They subcontracted the work out to another company, which we didn't actually sign up for in the first place. We thought that this company was going to be doing the work. So they spoke to the other company that they subcontracted it out to, and they said that, we'll order some more materials due to COVID, that it's delayed at the moment. We give him the benefit of the doubt. 5 weeks had passed. He said, oh, no, they're messing me about. We're going to have to look at other avenues. And then it started to get on to another situation where he's now in Ireland and his dad's poorly, but the other partner, which we believe is still here, and they're just passing the buck between each other and there's no real resolution. He said he will sort the problem out, but when he sees fit, and no time frames have been given on it.
Right. So just talk me through the outstanding issues with the cladding and the roofing.
Okay. So the outstanding issues are, with the roofing, it is no felt support trays,
Sorry, what's going on with your phone, Emma? It sounds like you're putting the phone under your chin now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've just put it normally. I was just bringing the email up. It's no felt support trays, no hip support trays for the roof, no ventilation for the roof. The cladding, wrong colour trims for the cladding. However, black was agreed for the corners only, but they've put it down the middle of the house. I don't know if you've seen the pictures.
Not yet.
No bottom trim for the cladding, wrong colour joining trims, mastic around the windows, not trims different colours on windows. 300mm flat soffit boards have been for the cladding, should have been individual boards. Black pins used, not enough counter battens under the cladding. It's already bowing and rattling in the wind. Cladding is not cut tight into the corners. Different cladding has been used at the top. And 10, the downpipes are not straight.
Right, okay. So, I mean, to be honest, it sounds like the whole thing needs to all be redone.
Yeah,
okay.
It does.
How much have you paid them?
£8,500 for the cladding and £17,500 for the roof.
Yeah, but how much have you paid them?
All of it.
What?
Yeah. Because
why would you pay them all the money?
Because they were intimidated. Well, my mum felt intimidated to pass over the money straight away. So before we could get, and the scaffolding was still up, so we couldn't see the issues until that was down. I know.
How have you paid?
Bank transfer.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right.
I know.
Well, I mean, the one positive is that you named a company at the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah.
That I know from experience in the past will not be happy that a company that you found through their website has taken the money like this and has done such a poor job. So let me contact the gentleman who works there, who is I've spoken to in the past and who is excellent. I'm sure he will try and assist with all of this.
I know it's been silly as well, but it's like we're two women. You know, my dad's passed away and he's done all this stuff.
It's nothing to do with being a woman.
I know, but we're a bit naive, aren't we, and a bit vulnerable. And,
well, it may well be because you're naive. It's nothing to do with you being a woman. I mean, the simple fact is, you never pay a tradesperson up front for all the work.
No.
You never do that. It doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. You just don't pay a tradesperson all the money up front before they've even done the job. It's like
this is when they've completed it at the end of the day. But this is before that. Well, I'd assumed that they'd inspected it, but clearly not. And then I said is there not like a third person that would come round and inspect it? You know, because my mum had an extension done. And
so hang on a second. So they didn't take the money up front. They took the money at the end of the job.
Yes.
Right, but were there issues at the end of the job?
Yeah, the scaffolding was still up, so we couldn't see any of the work.
So why would you pay?
Because my mum felt intimidated to pay, and she said, we've got to pay him. So we did.
Right.
And there were two men, and that's how she felt, so...
Okay.
She worries.
Okay, well, let me see what I can do. I'm going to try and track these guys down. So did you say that one of them has gone to Ireland?
Apparently so.
Right, okay, fine.
We're not 100% convinced. We think that they're still trading.
Okay, well, let me see what I can do. I'll pass you back to the team and I will make some phone calls immediately after the programme. And, just to make it very clear, Trust a Trader that Emma mentioned earlier have not had any opportunity to even look into this. And I'm very confident that when I go and speak to them, they're going to want to do that. So we will involve them as well as the company concerned and try and find out what can be done to resolve this situation. Now, Maria ordered a new back door. It was going to cost £2,500. Very expensive door. She paid a deposit of £575. This was back in September of 2020. Its delivery was delayed. And when it finally arrived in mid-October, well, pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was
cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, I have no idea why, firstly, this company ever suggested to Maria that she should have a bespoke painted UPVC back door. I mean, that just seems the most bizarre thing I think I've ever heard of when it comes to doors. If a customer wants a certain colour of door, there are a whole variety of composite doors on the market that provide that colour scheme. You don't need to have a UPVC door, which I should just point out is about the cheapest form of door you can now have installed on a property, and have it painted. I mean, the whole thing just seems completely and utterly bizarre. And I went to put that to the company. Why were they charging her $2,500 for a cheap UPVC door that they were then going to paint? Very odd. Maria's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Maria. So the company then did agree that what they would actually do was to replace the door with a composite door, which, as far as I'm concerned, they should have done from the outset. Because
Jonathan, they actually changed it a second time, the window and the door.
Yes, but the point is, when they changed it the second time, they changed it
the one before
for another UPVC door.
Yes.
With this kind of bizarre bespoke panel put in the bottom of it.
Yes.
You know, I mean, Maria, UPVC doors, they were very, very popular back in the kind of 90s. And they are a very cheap form of door. You can have a standard UPVC front or back door installed very cheaply. And if somebody is happy to have a fairly low security, as many of those doors are, a low security white door that looks like plastic, then it may well be fine. But you didn't want that. No. You wanted a door with an ornate panel in it. You wanted a door with a certain glazing panel in it, and you wanted a door in a certain colour. It made no sense for that door to ever have been UPVC. So they did say they were going to come and install a composite door, but unfortunately, we've been waiting forever for this composite door to turn up and for the company to come and refit it all for you. In the meantime, you've got this funny old door that they put in last time. Now, I went back, and I'll be honest with you, Maria, I made it quite clear I've had enough. I said, look, this is ridiculous. This has been going on now for months since I got involved. It's completely and utterly unacceptable. It needs to be sorted, and it needs to be sorted now. I gather they got straight in touch with you. What have they said now?
Within 2.5 hours, they sent me a text to say, great news, the door is due week commencing the 9th of this month. Mm-hmm. And once they receive it, they will arrange an installation date.
Right. So that's next Monday the door is due in.
Well, no, week commencing. It doesn't say Monday it will be due in. It could be any time next week. That's how I read it. I mean, I can read you the text if you want, word for word.
Well, yeah, as long as it doesn't name anything or any company.
No names. No.
What does it say?
It just says, great news. Door is due, week commencing the 9th of the 8th, 21. Once received, I will arrange an installation date. Kind regards.
Right. Well, I look forward to that happening because, to be honest with you, Maria, I've had enough. I know there are all kinds of problems with materials at the moment and trying to get hold of things, which is why I'm always prepared at the moment to give companies a little bit of benefit of doubt and to cut them a bit of slack, because I do know there are issues with suppliers and getting supplies into the UK. But this has gone on for ages, and I come back to the central point. I have no idea why, when you explain to that company the kind of back door you wanted to have installed, I have no idea why any professional company would say, oh, do you know what you need, Maria? You need a UPVC back door. Makes no sense.
Well, I actually asked for a UVPC, but in cream. But they didn't tell me that they have to paint it cream. So when it arrived, it had scratches everywhere, damage.
What they should...
over.
Okay, look, you're a layperson. You're not a door expert.
No, I'm not.
What
no.
they should... When you said, I want a UPVC back door in cream, what they should have said to you is, well, UPVC doesn't come in cream. UPVC is white. But what you might be thinking of is a composite door, which has a kind of plastic coating to the door, but it has a much more substantial filling to the door, and you can select different glazing panels, you can select different styles to the door, you can have different locking mechanisms, different kinds of handles, all that kind of thing. So would you like to have a look at our composite brochure? That's what they should have done.
Didn't mention any of that.
What kind of door company says to a customer, oh, you want a UPVC door, we'll paint it cream? I mean, seriously, what kind of company says
I didn't know it was going to be painted. I had no idea.
But what kind of company says we're going to get a great big slab of plastic door and we're going to paint it cream?
I thought it came in cream, personally. That's what I thought. That's why I ordered it.
Well,
the window and the door, you know.
I think the advice they have given you, the professional advice they have given you, is worrying at best. And I cannot understand why. And the other thing is, let's be honest, this door is costing you a fortune. £2,500 for a
one little window added.
£2,500 for a UPVC back door is absolutely crackers. Crackers. So I'm afraid I'm not feeling particularly charitable to the fact that they now still haven't got your door fitted, and I've had enough of it. So what I will tell you now, Maria, and what I want the company to know, and I'm fairly confident they'll be listening to the programme, is that they need to get that door fitted, and they need to get it fitted next week.
And they need to get it fixed properly.
Because I am now at a point where it is very important no other company that specialises in doors is wrongly confused with this company. And I'm at a point where I'm on the verge of having to identify them. I really hope that's not going to be necessary. But really, next week is last chance saloon for that. So let's see what happens, Maria. We'll talk next week, and fingers crossed you'll be absolutely delighted that your lovely new composite door is installed and it looks gorgeous.
And it all opens and shuts, because this one doesn't open and shut, and the window doesn't open and shut either. So, and it lets rain in, and the seal is no good. It lets all the air in, and oh God.
Maria, until you have made sure that you are 100% happy with the door that they replace, you are not to pay them another penny.
I am not. They'll have to wait a few months. Once we get the winter and get all the rain and everything, I want to make sure that it is watertight. So they're not going to get the money until I am satisfied. Like, they've kept me waiting. I don't want to keep them waiting, but I've got to be sure that I'm getting what I require.
Okay.
They haven't done it twice, so third time lucky, fingers crossed.
Well, let's wait and see what happens. We will talk next week, and I hope that next time you and I do have a conversation, I hope that you will be a much happier person and that your door will be looking gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
It's going to take quite a lot to impress me, to be honest, because I just still... This is just not acceptable. When you run a company, there is a legal obligation on you to be a professional and to be able to give your customer professional advice. Your customer is not expected to know anything about the product that you sell or the service that you supply. It's down to you as the professional, and I'm afraid it just strikes me that the whole advice this company has offered, it would appear, is just appalling. David, hello to you.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hello, David. Right, you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yep, certainly. So back in June 2020, I purchased my wife a white gold and tanzanite and diamond ring for her birthday. It was about £200. She gave it to her for birthday and she loved it. In July of this year, 2021, my wife was out with the children and then realised when she come back that the stone had come out of the ring, the tanzanite stone.
Okay.
So I went back through, found my original order, and contacted the company, emailed them, and they said they'd be happy to look at it. I just had to pay to have it posted back to them, which I did. They looked at it for about a week or so. Then I got an email back from them saying that their jeweller had a look at it, and he believed that the ring had been knocked or scraped, resulting in a claw breaking and the stone coming out. And they've also noted that my wife has obviously been using soaps and creams on her hand, causing to tarnish the metal, which I did query, saying, well, she wears the ring. She wears about 4 rings on the same finger because she wears a wedding ring, engagement ring, and this ring, all on the same finger. And all the other ones aren't broken.
Forgive me, I'm not really very au fait with jewellery, to be honest with you, but I know that there are all types of different jewellery, and there are some rings that are designed to be worn every day, and then there are other rings that are designed to be worn, as dress pieces for posh nights out. Was this ring what would be described as an everyday ring that you wouldn't be expected to take off, or was it just a very special occasion ring?
I'd say it's an everyday. It's just a normal wishbone ring. So the stone it's not like one of these ones you see, sort of like a gaudy giant stone sticking out the top of it, like you see on sort of American programs. It's just an everyday ring.
Right. So it wasn't described as being a dress ring or...
No, not at all.
No, okay. So they blamed your wife, really?
I did query the bit about the soap and the gels, because obviously I said, well, my wife worked in a school at the time, so obviously they were hand sanitising all through school term quite a lot, but none of her other rings have been tarnished. But they said, no, this is the problem, you've damaged it, and they want £75 to repair it in 5 weeks, and then they'll send it back.
Right. Could you see, when you sent off the ring, could you see that one of the claws was bent or damaged?
No, that's what my wife said to me. She said the stone had just come out completely.
Did you take photos?
I believe my wife did, yes. I know she took pictures of quite a lot of it, because we took pictures of the paper, because they asked for the original paperwork back, because the original paperwork had sort of the carrot of the stone and where it was brought, so they wanted that back, so I made sure we took pictures of that just in case we didn't get anything back.
Right. OK, well, it may well be necessary to involve a third-party jeweller for a second opinion on this, because it's one of those difficult ones, isn't it? Because I'm wearing a watch now. That's the only piece of jewellery I wear, a watch. Now, this watch, when I purchased it, of course, I'm expecting it, as per the Consumer Rights Act, to be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and to last for a reasonable amount of time. However, I also need to be a bit careful when I'm wearing the watch. If I was to do some DIY wearing this watch, I'd probably be a bit stupid. I mean, to be honest, there's no chance of me doing any DIY anyway, but you know what I mean. If I was to do something where I might catch the watch on something that would break a link out of it or something like that, then I would have to take responsibility for that. But it all depends, really, on whether the jeweller could make a reasonable argument that looking at the ring, it's very clear that the clasp that holds the stone in has been caught on something and pulled to one side, which has then released the stone.
Yeah, that was my point. That's all I wanted to know from them, because all they said is it is damaged, and then they kept going on about the tarnishing of the metal. That's what they seemed more interested in, that my wife had obviously been washing her hands.
But have you gone through the, I don't know if there were care instructions given with the ring to say what you could and couldn't do whilst wearing the ring?
No, we had a look through because my wife keeps all the boxes when I buy her things, and that in that box, all it had with it was the invoice, which I kept to one side, and then an insurance document that told us how much the actual ring was worth with the stones and where they were mined, and that was it.
And have you gone online to see if there's anything in the product description that states this ring is only, designed to be worn at parties or something like that, or you must not use any chemicals or soaps on this ring? Is there anything on there that they could use as a way of suggesting that your wife has misused the ring?
100% no, I haven't checked everything, but I know I bought her from this company similar types of rings to others in the past. I think her engagement ring was from them, and an eternity ring, a sort of similar design, and both of them are fine.
Right.
But we've never noticed the metal tarnished either. It's never my wife sort of looks at or likes to look at them.
Yeah.
She's never noted it to me, because otherwise I would have taken it somewhere and had it done.
Well, we need to go and have a little word, don't we, with the company, with the jeweller, and find out why this has happened. If you've got photographs of the ring, that would be very useful, because it may well be that you're going to need to show those photographs to another jeweller just to get a second opinion in terms of whether they believe it's reasonable for the jeweller to blame your wife, or whether actually they can see either a design flaw with the ring. I mean, that would be quite helpful if they were able to look at it and say, well, the way that ring is held in place is not sufficient, you know, it's not fit for purpose. That would be useful. Or if they are able to look at it and say, there is no good reason why that stone should have come out of that ring. It obviously was not secured in there properly in the first place. You know, that kind of thing is what you may well need. The repair cost then to repair the ring and get it back to you is 75 quid.
Yeah, which, to be fair, my first thought was I was just going to pay it to get the ring back. Because I just said to my wife, you know, you love the ring, if we just get it back. But then she sort of coerced me to say, well, no, you know, you listen to the radio all the time, why don't you give him a ring? Because it doesn't seem right to me. So I said, okay.
Okay, well, let me see what I can do for you. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll contact that company this afternoon. Now, Ellis likes to do up minis in his spare time. He bought some rather expensive wheel arches for his latest project and arranged for the wheel arches to be delivered to a local shop. Well, the company, the delivery company, they say that the item has been delivered. But when Ellis went down to the store, when his father went on his behalf to collect it, well, things weren't straightforward.
It got delivered to the shop. I got the email confirmation with the code. I sent my dad down there to pick it up, and he phoned me straight away and said that the part wasn't there. Well, the parcel wasn't there. He said the shop said it might have been sent back, so I got in contact with the seller. They then gave me all the details of how it got to the shop, basically all the delivery details, tracking numbers, etc. And so I've basically been going around in circles, contacting everyone to try and see where it's got to, and everyone points to the shop, basically, and the shop's denying all knowledge. And then they started saying that I was calling them a liar, and I said, well, I'm not. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where my parcel is.
Well, it's very frustrating, and Ellis was kind of stuck in the middle of all of this, unable to find out where the parcel had gone, but of course out of pocket as a result of all of it. Well, I went off to have a word with the shop. That was my first port of call. How did I get on? Let's find out, because Ellis is back on the JVS show. Hello, Ellis.
Hiya, how's it going?
Now, well, good, thank you, Ellis. What a journey I've been on with this case.
Okay.
Now, I made contact, and I have to be fair, the gentleman who runs the shop seems like a very nice man. He seems like a very... Do you know this man? Do you buy stuff from his shop a lot?
No, it's just round the corner from my house, but I don't tend to go in there unless it's to do with the parcels.
Well, he seemed very nice. He was very cooperative, and he called me back as soon as I left a message for him.
Right.
But he was insistent that this parcel has not been delivered to his shop.
Okay.
I said, well, why then has the delivery company got your name as being someone who has received and signed for it? He said, first of all, we do not sign for deliveries. He said, as you can imagine, running the kind of shop that we run, we get deliveries throughout the day from most of the courier and parcel companies. What they do is they just come in, they scan the fact that they have arrived in the shop. They normally put down on the counter a whole load of parcels for whoever it may be, and they scan on their system to say that they've come to my shop and they've delivered it, and they go. He said, we don't get any paperwork from them. We're not asked to sign anything. We don't get an opportunity to check through all of the parcels. The courier companies, they just come and they just drop them off, and they then put on their system that they've dropped it off. So He said, it is very likely that this courier company has indeed turned up with a number of parcels that day, and they think that they dropped off Ellis's parcel, but they haven't. They've dropped off other parcels, because he said, we have not received the parcel for Ellis. I said, well, that's very frustrating, though. I mean, somewhere in the system, it would appear there's quite a big flaw, because Ellis is now stuck in a position where the courier is saying, well, we delivered that parcel, here is the evidence. You're saying there wouldn't be the evidence because there can't be the evidence because they don't provide any evidence. and they definitely didn't deliver the parcel. And poor Ellis, as the customer, he's stuck completely in the middle without the parcel that he's paid for. And he's got you blaming the delivery company, and the delivery company are blaming you. So what's he supposed to do? Well, this man said, look, he said, I'm sorry, but we haven't got the parcel. So you're going to have to go back and speak to the courier company, and you're going to have to try and find out what they've done with it, because I can tell you now, that parcel hasn't been delivered.
Right.
So that was kind of the news that I was expecting to break to you.
Okay.
I then went off to have a word with the courier company. Before I could properly make contact with them, it wasn't straightforward to make contact with them. Before I could properly make contact with them, I came into work yesterday to find an answer phone message from the man who runs the shop.
Right.
Now, I don't want to say grovelling, but it was definitely very apologetic and very sheepish.
Right.
This man had said, I am so sorry. I am so embarrassed. He said, we have gone through all of the parcels again, and we had not received that parcel and put it where all the other parcels were. But he said, I've realised why. The parcel was so big that we hadn't got room to put it where we normally put all of our parcels. So, unbeknown to me, someone had put it somewhere else in the shop. We've just located it. We have got Ellis's parcel.
Ah, brilliant.
Okay?
Oh, so they did have the parcel all along.
So they did have it all along. But, I mean, it does seem as if the whole process of having stuff delivered to a shop like this puts you as the customer in quite a vulnerable position, because it sounds as if they haven't even... You know, there's no paperwork trail or clear indication that that particular item was received and signed for by that individual.
That's exactly what I said to him. I said, there's got to be flaws in the system here, because X amount of parcels are being delivered just being scanned in under one parcel, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. But to be honest, I've been in a shop and seen this kind of thing happen. You know, the parcel guys, they turn up and they've got this great load of parcels, you know, maybe 5 or 6 boxes. Yeah. And they put them down. They've got a little handheld thing. They scan that and they say, thanks a lot, and out they go. And that's it. And as far as they're concerned, they've now recorded that they've delivered it.
Yeah.
But if you were expecting a parcel from that particular courier company and for whatever reason it didn't end up on the shop's counter, how do you prove that? It's difficult.
Exactly. Yeah.
The good news is
they found it. Yeah,
the good news is they've got your parcel.
Wow.
So I don't know if you're away at the moment. Can you?
I am at the minute, yeah.
Could you phone your dad and ask him to go and collect it again?
Yeah, I'll get him on the case straight away.
Second time lucky. Do you reckon there's a chance he'd be able to do that this afternoon?
Yes, I'll ring him. I'll ring him straight away, and I'll get him to go down there.
Fine. Well, I tell you what I'll do. We'll book you for tomorrow. Okay. And I'll speak to you tomorrow, and fingers crossed, when you come back on the programme tomorrow, you'll be saying, yeah, it's all good. Dad went along, he got the stuff, and I've got my parcel.
Brilliant. Okay,
right?
Yeah, I'll get on the case now. Excellent.
Okay. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, and fingers crossed it all works as we hope it will. So Felicity was due to go away with her husband. They ordered 2 PCR tests to prove they were fit to fly, but unfortunately, a good friend of theirs died, and they were unable to travel. So Felicity returned the tests to the company as they'd cost £198, and she was expecting a refund. But she was very surprised to be told by the company that she wouldn't be given a refund.
It's a difficult time for everybody. And when you are trying to do the right thing and ordering something online which doesn't clearly state that it's non-refundable, it doesn't come in a temperature-controlled package, so there's nothing to indicate that it needs to stay at a certain temperature. It doesn't say, when you create the returns form, it doesn't say, sorry, this item is non-refundable, you can't send it back to us. So I've ended up that they've got my 2 PCR tests whenever I manage to get to speak to somebody, or via email. You know, I've said, look, you've got my goods now. So, I mean, ideally, I'd like a refund, if I'm totally honest, because I'm not impressed with the way this company has behaved at all.
Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Who are they and what have they had to say? Let's find out, because Felicity's back on the JVS show. Hello, Felicity.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
You're, I'm afraid, going to be £200 worse off, though.
Oh, no.
Sorry to have to break it to you that way, but I think it's better just to be direct. Because I've been off to speak to the company concerned. They are Boots.
Yes.
And a Boots UK spokesperson has said, and you will spot fairly quickly, they ain't budging, Felicity.
Wow.
They say our day 2 and day 8 COVID-19 post-travel testing service is non-refundable. This is stated on our website and in the terms and conditions detailed within our testing portal. For each test ordered, a unique reference number is generated so that the customer can enter the UK from abroad as per current government guidelines.
Yes, well, it may be, but it's the refund information. You've got to look jolly hard before you find it. I mean, I did find it when I was first told this, but it's not evident on the sort of fact sheet or on the ordering page until you sort of scroll down and go through various pages to find it. But anyway.
Did you at any point, because the only potential glimmer of hope I can see here, because, I mean, as you say, you're right, it does say, if you go looking for it, it does say that you can't return the item.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, a problem for you. But the only potential hope here, did you, before you returned the PCR tests to Boots, make contact with them and explain the situation and say, am I okay to return these? And did someone from Boots say, yeah, that's fine, put them in an envelope and send them back to us?
No, not at all. I went online and downloaded a returns form with the order number. And that was really one of my points, that when I put the order number in, it should have flagged up, oh, hang on, you can't return this item. It's a PCR test.
So is that just a general Boots returns policy then? If you buy something from us on the internet and you want to return it, this is how you do it?
Exactly that. And I also created a label, a Royal, am I allowed to say Royal Mail 48?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not there. They're nothing to do with it, really, are they? Apart from the company that took it back.
Exactly. So, I've got proof that it was sent back to them, that they've received it on the 8th of July. And, yes, I accept that it does say hidden away that this item is non-refundable. But, they've still got my goods. So, if they're not going to refund, then they should certainly send me back the same day 2 testing kits in the hope that I can maybe use them one day or sell them on eBay or something. I don't know.
But you wouldn't be able to sell them on eBay because the reference number that is generated from them is specific to you. That's the point that Boots are making, that in order for these PCR tests to work properly,
yeah, I understand.
When you buy them and they register that it's your name and your details that are registered against them, so that when the results come back, they're attributed to you and not to someone else.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. The thing is, I never opened the packages, the boxes, so I wasn't aware that that's how it worked. I thought you would just fill in your information. I assumed when you ordered these that you would then open the boxes, do the test, fill in all your information, data, etc., and then you would post it back, and then they would have that information. So I'm a little bit surprised that for each individual PCR test, they create a registration for that individual. But if that's what they do, okay, fine. But I still haven't got them.
Well, it says that that's what they have to do, because then, of course, when you, I presume when you stick the whole thing up your nose and do whatever you have to do and then put it back in and then you send it off somewhere, they have to be able to ascertain that it is indeed a result for you, the individual, because otherwise you could end up with people being positive with the virus using someone else's, testing results.
Yeah, I suppose, yes, I don't remember. I mean, obviously when I ordered them, I gave my name and address. But because I didn't open the boxes, they were sealed and I didn't break the seal or open them up or anything. I just assumed that my husband and I would complete the tests, put in all our information on a form which would be in that box, and then send it back. But if they've already generated that from the order and it's actually in that box, they do them individually, then, I sort of understand where they're coming from on that point. I completely understand that.
But the problem is, you're now at £200 out of pocket and have got absolutely nothing to show for it because. But I don't know. You see, this is why I don't know, and I'm genuinely interested to know what people listening to the programme make of this story. Because is there an argument to say you should have contacted Boots before you sent it back to say, look, I've got these PCR tests. Can I return them to you because we don't need them? Would that have been a reasonable and normal inquiry to make with Boots? Or do people listening to the programme think that actually anyone, any right-minded person would assume you can just send back a PCR testing kit that you've not decided to use to get your money back?
I keep going back to the thing that when I generated the returns form and I had to put the 2 different separate order numbers in, their software should flag up, oh, hang on a minute, that order number is for a PCR test. It should have come up on the sort of information that I was putting in that I could not return this item. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. I just completed a form, put in my details, explained the reason why I was returning these items. There was nothing to indicate that I would have a problem. Yes, I could have rung them, but I would only have rung them if I hadn't been able to download a returns form.
I'd be genuinely interested to know whether my listeners who have followed this story are on your side or Boots' side on this issue. If anybody listening to the programme would like to share your thoughts, 08081 008800 is the telephone number. Do you think Felicity should get her money back or not? Would you assume that there's no way you could return a PCR test?
Well, even if the general sort of public feel that, it was wrong for me to assume that I could get a refund, whatever it is, but surely they have a moral obligation to send me back the items that I've paid for, at least.
If they've still got them. Because I don't know whether with an item like that, they would then destroy that item on receiving it back because they don't know whether it's been used, they don't know whether it hasn't been used, they can't possibly risk sending it out to another customer, and there being the potential for some confusion that would all be traceable back to Boots. It could be disastrous for them, couldn't it, really? I mean, if a mistake was made.
Yes, but the boxes were sealed and I absolutely hadn't opened them, so I don't see how they would...
Felicity, stay there. Julie in Hemel. Hello, Julie.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Julie. What do you make of this? Are you on Felicity's side or Boots' side?
Boots' side.
Oh. Okay, don't dress it up. Why is that? Why don't you have sympathy for Felicity?
Okay, so as I was just explaining to your assistant there, when the new testing day 2, day 8 came out in February this year, I was currently living in Turkey and due to drive back when it seemed safer in England at some point. So looking into all the things you had to do to get into the UK, and fellow travellers said when you...
Julie, are you there? At that crucial moment, we've lost Julie. So we'll never quite know why she doesn't have sympathy, but something to do with Turkey. Stuart, apparently he is on your side. Let's see what he makes of this. Hello, Stuart.
Right, Boots Software accepted the return. Whether that was correct or not, they've accepted the return. They're due to return her goods to her or make good the loss.
Thank you.
Right, but is it down to Boots to have worked out from their system what was included in the original order, compared it to whether or not they accept that order to be returned, and then refused it? Or is it down to the customer to look up what can be returned and what can't be returned before you then send it back?
All I'm saying is Boots accepted it, rightly or wrongly. That's Boots' problem.
Yeah.
They're due to return her goods or we pay her the cost. It's as simple as that. If their system is flawed, then it's their loss.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Right, you see, Stuart's on your side. I thought you'd like that. Thank you, Stuart, very much. I think Julie's back. Let's hope that we can speak to her now. Are you there, Julie?
Oh, hi, Jonathan.
Don't cut yourself off again, will you, Julie? What you were saying something about coming back from Turkey?
So myself and fellow travellers were swapping stories with what was exactly required to enter the UK, and it appeared that you only needed to show on your phone or a printout an invoice that you'd purchased the kit, the day 2 and day 8 kit, along with the code that you would receive from the company to then put on your locator form. So people were then sort of suggesting that you buy the kit, get the code, and then send the kit back for a refund. So you'd have potentially an invoice to show the border control, and you'd already have your code. So I think all the companies out there selling this kit were ahead of us, or thinking, right, well, we can't afford people to do that. And also the fact that the code is unique to each individual person. So we'll then make the kit non-refundable to stop people just buying them and sending them back to obtain the invoice and the code to get entry to the country.
Well, that's very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. So already certain people had worked out a way of being able to scam the system using these kinds of home tests. Thank you, Julie, very much. Paul in Hemel. Hello, Paul.
Good morning.
Hi.
Jonathan.
Whose side are you on, Paul?
Boots.
Right. Okay. Why?
Hygiene control. If these kits are sent out to a person, and obviously they're documented before they go, then when they are sent back, they probably go through a set hygiene thing. So the kits can't be reused anyway. So someone's ordered something, we'll read the paperwork to start with, but not much sympathy, really.
But if the point that Stuart was making, is there not some merit to that? That if you go back onto the Boots system for returning an item, and it asks you, in order to generate your returns label, it asks you for the order number for whatever it was you ordered, should their system not automatically flag up at that point that the item the customer's trying to return is a non-returnable item?
Oh, it should do, yes.
Well, if that's the case, then aren't Boots to blame for the fact that Felicity now has nothing to show for it?
Well, read the small print on the website. Maybe the small print needs to be slightly larger, because small print is always very small for obvious reasons.
OK. All right, Paul, thank you very much. Alex in Watling-Stone texts to say, I feel genuinely sorry for Felicity, especially as she now has absolutely nothing to show for her £200, but nothing medical can ever be returned. The NHS won't even accept crutches back. Do you know what? I think the only thing I can do, Felicity, for you, I'm not going to give up just yet. Let me go and push that point that Stuart was making, and let me just see how they respond to the fact that their system allowed you to return the item. Let me push that point and let's see what they have to say, and if they have a justification for why their own return system allowed you to get the returns paperwork in order to return it when the item was non-returnable.
I'd be very grateful. And I do take, listening to what Julie had to say about people abusing the particular reference number, I completely understand that. I hadn't even crossed my mind. But, in this instance, I just feel that because I was able to return them without any hassle, without any warning sign coming up saying, this is a medical product, you can't return it, this is a unique product to you, you can't return it. I just feel it's a bit unfair at the end of the day.
Right, leave it with me. I'll go and put that call into them and we'll take it from there, OK? Now, Emma's mum needed some work doing to her roof. And having lost her husband, she got Emma involved to help her source a good roofer. Well, they got a number of quotes and they picked a company they thought they could trust. But when the job was finished, it was very clear things weren't right.
When the scaffolding came down, the neighbours noticed that it was bowing at the top by the roof, the cladding. Then other things started to appear. The corners hadn't been fixed properly. The wrong type of material had been used. That's not normally used for cladding for exteriors. So then we got two other companies to come round and inspect it, and then they listed a whole lot of issues that they thought that was wrong with it. I spoke to the company and they said, OK, we understand that there's a problem and we're going to get some more materials. We give them the benefit of the doubt. 5 weeks had passed. They're just passing the buck between each other and there's no real resolution.
Well, unfortunately, Emma's mum has paid the roofing company in full at the end of the job, even though there were loads of problems with it. She said she felt intimidated at the end of the job, which is why she paid the money. So now her mum has a badly fitted roof, badly fitted cladding on the property as well, which was part of the job, and is completely out of pocket. Well, I spent quite a lot of time yesterday dealing with this situation. Emma's back on the JVS show. Hello, Emma.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Emma. Now, first off, I just need to clear up some confusion from yesterday. You stated on the programme yesterday, when I asked you how your mum had come across this company, you said that she had come across them through the Trust a Trader website.
Yes, I do apologise. That is my mistake.
It was not the case that your mum found them through Trust a Trader at all. Trust a Trader are in no way associated with this company. And I wanted to make it very clear on the programme today that they have no involvement with this company and have never had any involvement with this company. And in fact, that's a shame, because if they had, you would have had some recourse through them, because they were very keen. And they did say, when I had a conversation with them yesterday afternoon, they said, to be honest, this isn't the first time customers have got confused. There are a number of search engine type companies out there that have similar sounding names to us and similar looking websites. And he said, to be honest, a lot of those websites people stumble across looking for a tradesperson. They assume it's us, and therefore they assume the companies advertising for work on there are good bona fide companies, and then they get themselves into all kinds of difficulty. So it's just a very important point that if you are ever going to use the likes of Trust a Trader to find a tradesperson, and they do, of course, provide assistance if you have problems with that tradesperson, make sure you're actually genuinely on their website and you are going through them, because there are a whole load of companies out there that will allow tradespeople to, in effect, pitch for work. And as far as I'm concerned, a tradesperson, a roofer, a cladding company that is out there actively scouring these kinds of quote websites is obviously not very busy. And why are they not very busy? They're not very busy because clearly they haven't got enough jobs through word of mouth. And you can read into that what you will. So anyway, let's just put that to one side. Trust a Trader, nothing to do with this company, which is not good news for you.
No.
Because I made contact with the man that does run the company. Now, at this stage, I'm not going to identify him or his company. However, that may well change. The man who I spoke to when I phoned him yesterday said that he is currently in Ireland. Now, while I was on the phone to him, he was kind of being argumentative with me. Then there's another bloke in the background who's also being argumentative with me. The bloke in the background is kind of trying to shout at me through the guy that was on the phone and was suggesting that the man on the phone shouldn't have been talking to me. And it was all just, to be honest with you, it was a right old noisy cacophony coming down the telephone.
Right.
And I can absolutely see the situation that your mum's got herself into in terms of dealing with people like this, dealing with the manner that they have, and why she may well have felt somewhat intimidated at the end of the job into paying them the full amount of money.
Yeah.
I have dealt with people who behave in this way many occasions, and to be honest, if someone's aggressive with me on the telephone, I'm perfectly capable of being just as aggressive back. And as a result of the conversation yesterday, it became very heated. And the man was kind of shouting down the phone. His argument is that his father is currently very ill in hospital in Ireland. He said that he's had to go back to Ireland. His father, he said, is in a coma. And he said that his father is dying in hospital.
Okay, now, I appreciate that, but what my point is if he had all in good intention to come and rectify the workmanship, why did he not do this before he went to Ireland 2 weeks ago? That's 3 months that have passed anyway.
He said, my father is dying. He said to me, have you got a father? I said, yes. He said, is he still alive? I said, yes, thankfully. Well, you wouldn't know what it's like then. He said, my father is dying in hospital. He's in a coma. And I've got someone like you phoning me up about a bit of plastic and a roof. He said, this is not important in the grand scheme of things.
Well, it is. It's £25,000.
I said to him, this customer has paid you a lot of money. No, she hasn't, he said. I said, she has. She spent £17,000 she's paid you for the roof. She spent another £8,500 on the cladding. He said, that's not a lot of money. I said, of course it's a lot of money. He said, no, it's not a lot of money. He said, you've got no idea what you're talking about. He said, you've got no idea how much supplies are. The simple fact is the money that they've paid, 80% of that money is sitting on the customer's house. It's not in my bank account. It's sitting on the customer's house. She hasn't paid me a lot of money. I said, to be honest, you're arguing over semantics here. The simple fact is she has paid you a lot of money and she says she's got a poor quality job. No, she hasn't got a poor quality job. The job is absolutely fine, he said. There's a few things we need to sort out, but it's nothing significant. He said the roof's not leaking. The house isn't about to fall down because of the cladding. He said these are insignificant problems that can wait until I get back from Ireland when I've dealt with the situation regarding my father.
Well, that's just not acceptable, is it, really? If he's running a company, which I believe that he is doing other trades, he must have some other people here that's still carrying on with work.
He said, you've got to wait until he gets home from Ireland when he's finished dealing with his father, or he said you can take him to court.
That's not really good, is it? That's not very good customer service, for one.
It's I don't think you're ever going to get good customer service from this particular company, to be honest. The way that the man spoke to me yesterday on the phone, as I say, I've spoken to people many times over the years who have this ability to turn on the aggression very, very quickly. You are not, I'm afraid, with this particular company, likely to get good quality customer service, I'm afraid. Now, I know that you, and we're not going to identify the website that you did locate this man through.
Yeah.
But have you made contact with them?
Yes.
To explain to them the situation that you find yourselves in?
Yes, I have. I've emailed them yesterday and attached all the original complaints, photos, what the problem is, what, the communication breakdown that we're having. We can't just, what are we supposed to do? Get another company to come and, rectify it all and spend another £10,000 or just wait around for when he feels like he wants to do it?
Well, the problem is, I said to him on the phone yesterday, I said, how long is your customer going to have to wait for you to come back from Ireland and sort it out? He said, I don't know. He said, how am I supposed to tell you? My father is ill. I have no idea how long I'm going to be here. He said, to be honest with you, he said, none of this is important to me. He said, none of it is important to me. What is important to me is my father.
I don't believe, but I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt if that's what someone's saying, and I appreciate that, that is a sad situation if that is the case. But why I do not believe that is because he's had 3 months before prior to hand and every excuse in the book before this, and now this is a situation.
I think what I would do if I were in your position, and this is a nightmare, and unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you end up involving a company with fundamental work to your property that actually in the cold light of day maybe you wish you hadn't.
The problem is he subcontracted the work out to another company, so they actually didn't do the work.
No.
But didn't tell that to us initially.
No. I think the best thing you can do, and as I say, at this stage I have agreed with him that I'm going to give him another week or so in order to come and resolve the problem when he gets back from Ireland. He did not agree to that, by the way, I should point out. He kept saying, I'm not making any agreement because I don't know how long I'm going to be in Ireland for. But I think that's what I've said to him. I'm going to hold off identifying him at this stage to give him the benefit of the doubt and to take him at his word that his father is indeed ill.
Yeah.
However, you know, that patience is going to wear thin. So I would advise you to write a formal letter, to speak to that company that you came across this company through, and let's take it from there in the coming weeks. This is going to be a long-haul problem, I'm afraid, Emma. David's on the line. Hello, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
David, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do indeed. We were booked to go on a prestigious train back in June 2020, but due to COVID, it got cancelled. The carriages were very nice, and it was pulled by a steam engine, quite old, but been renewed. And then we were rescheduled to go to June 21, which was fine. We joined the train at about 8:20 in the morning, and it made progress. We were served breakfast, which was quite nice, and then we continued the journey. We got to Peterborough, and then there were some technical problems on the line, and the steam engine lost all its steam, and they couldn't regather it. Which was unfortunate. We had to wait quite a while, and then they decided they would organise a diesel to come and collect us and take us to York, where we were scheduled to arrive around 12:30, 12:35. Well, we didn't arrive until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which was quite a long time to go from breakfast in the morning without food. I mean, given their due, they did provide a cup of tea later on in the afternoon and a biscuit, but it wasn't really sufficient. We normally have lunch proper. Anyway, we arrived in York around 4 o'clock. And we were told the train would make a return journey, which was scheduled by diesel anyway, and it would leave at 5:30 in the evening. And it did. It left on the dot, not a minute past. Anyway.
What, so you only had an hour and a half?
We only had an hour and a half, and barely that, really, because we had to find our way out of the station. We weren't familiar with York at all.
Yeah.
And find our way really into the town centre. Well, it wasn't sufficient time to do anything at all, really, because we were a little bit nervous of getting back to the train station for 5:30.
Well, I should think you were starving hungry as well, so the first thing you wanted to do was find some food.
And we are in our 80s after all. And it was a one-off sort of trip that we thought we would do and enjoy while we can. But generally speaking, it failed.
It doesn't sound very fun, to be honest.
To the company regarding our concerns and our disappointment. And the following day, they sent a generic sort of letter outlining what happened, but they really didn't give a reason why the train failed. They skipped round that, but all in all, they didn't reply to our email at all.
How much did it cost you?
£620 for two people, which is a lot of money for a day trip.
It's a hell of a lot of money for a day trip that ends up being, you're being towed by a diesel train. I mean, you could have just gone on an intercity, couldn't you?
Of course we could, quite easily. The only difference is that we had breakfast on train and we had an evening meal on the train coming back, which was scheduled anyway. No complaints about that. But the main complaint is the fact that we didn't have time to discover York very much at all.
Well, no, I mean, if you were supposed to arrive at lunchtime and then have the afternoon in York, have a spot of lunch, have a wander about, which probably would have been just, I mean, if you're in your 80s, you don't want the whole day walking about, because that might have been a bit too much, but to have a few hours in the afternoon, have some lunch, have a potter about, see some of York, and then make your way back to the train, it sounds rather nice.
Really relaxed and enjoy the afternoon, as we should have done, but...
so did they offer you anything?
Even the hour or so we had, because we were nervous. We didn't know how far we'd got to go into the town, etc.
Yeah.
And how long it would take us to get back. So we were a little bit nervous about that.
When you complained, David, and they responded, did they at any point offer you any of your money back for the fact that they recognised you hadn't really had the enjoyable experience you were expecting?
Oh, goodness me, no, none of that at all. They just went through the items of the day and stating that the train had failed, and they did their best, and they continued waffling about it, really, and didn't really give any reasons at all.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with them, doesn't it? Because I don't think it's very reasonable that they're not offering you anything back at all. You spent a lot of money, £620. If the train broke down and you were then left there for hours sitting on a train not moving, it's not really very fun, is it? And I think for them to think that they can hold on to all of your money and not, I mean, have they not even offered you, you know, come and have the journey again and we'll give you, you know, half price or something? Have they not offered you anything?
They haven't offered at all, and I've sent further emails and they haven't responded. Anyway, on the last email that I sent about the 5th of July, they didn't acknowledge it by saying they would forward it to the managing director, but we haven't had any further response at all.
Okay.
Also, within on the return journey, the train actually ran out of water for the toilets. We couldn't flush the loo or wash our hands, and that wasn't very good in a pandemic where everybody was trying to be very careful on what we did. So all in all, quite a disappointing day.
I was going to say, it sounds like a disaster, really, doesn't it? Leave it with me. What I'll do, I'll pass you back to the team, David. I'll take some detail and I'll contact them this afternoon. Now, Mohammed is a taxi driver, and he's been operating with a terrific rating by his customers for many years. Until on the 19th of July, when this happened.
My driver account was suspended, and they informed me that someone's made an allegation that I pulled a weapon on them. My question is, that if that was the case, which it wasn't, but if that was, why haven't they contacted the police? Why have they come to the company when they have no association with the company? So I asked for some more details. They said, well, the incident took place on the 18th of July, and do you recall anything? So I did recall something. And the individual that made the allegation is known to me because I helped his estranged wife obtain a non-molestation order out against him a few years back. Obviously, he has a grudge. Early this year, in February, he did try to intimidate me, and I did report it to the police, and the police actually issued him with a harassment warning. And I forwarded all that documentation to the company to verify that this is what the history is behind us. And that's 2 weeks ago.
Well, all of this has meant that Mohammed hasn't been able to work. He hasn't been able to earn any money at all for over 2 weeks now. And despite providing this company, this taxi company, with all of the evidence that he's got to prove his innocence, they, every time he chases it up, say, we're still investigating. Well, he's very frustrated, and I'm not surprised. Now, there are some developments. Let's find out what the latest is, because Mohammed's back on the JVS show. Hello, Mohammed.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Now, let me just first of all begin by telling you what I've done since you and I last spoke. So, of course, I made contact with the company. Now, I have a duty to allow them a reasonable opportunity to investigate. This is a serious matter, and I understand that they would obviously need a few days in order to investigate. We are not yet at the deadline that I have set them for responding. They have until the end of today to provide a response. As things stand, I haven't even had an acknowledgement from this taxi company to say that they have received my email and that they are investigating the matter, which is very frustrating. And I chased them this morning on that matter and said, can you please at least acknowledge that you've received my email? I've had nothing back. So we are heading towards a point in time where we may well be identifying this taxi company, when I'd really hoped that wouldn't be necessary. In the meantime, I gather there have been some developments from your end. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Well, the same day I spoke to you, coincidentally, that afternoon I received a phone call from the police saying that they have received a complaint against me and they wish to obviously take my statement and take my side of the story. So the police came round to my house yesterday, and I explained the whole situation to them. Well, first of all, they explained to me that the individuals made a complaint that I approached him in his vehicle, threatened him to kill him, and produced a knife. And the individual provided a small dash cam footage of me standing next to my vehicle. At no point have I moved from my vehicle or moved towards his vehicle. And that's the only evidence he has put forward. So in reply to that, basically, I had dash cam.
Is this man also a taxi driver?
He is, but not for the same company.
Okay. The plot thickens.
Yes. So I provided dash cam footage, and my one showed that I did not approach him, and I drove off without any confrontation. So I provided 3 or 4 clips showing I pulled up, his vehicle, my vehicle, him getting in and out of his vehicle, me in my vehicle, and me pulling off. So at no point have I, the evidence show that I approached his vehicle.
Now, is this the particular moment where he was alleging that you'd pulled a weapon out on him?
Yes.
And you've got dash cam video evidence to show that that did not happen?
Absolutely.
Would he have known that you'd have dash cam footage showing what had happened or had not happened at that time?
Probably, most taxi drivers have dash cam, so he probably knows. But being devil's advocate, he can easily say that I haven't provided that piece of the footage.
Because it's a bit of a stupid thing to do, because surely the police are very likely, if they establish that his allegation is completely false, then I presume the police are not going to be very happy about that and may well decide to take action against him.
I did put that to the police, but they said it's my word against his.
But it's not your word against his if there's video evidence showing the entire so-called altercation between the two of you.
I put that to the police, but they said that obviously I've presented clips to them that I wish to present. There may be others.
Well, hang on a second. He is, I presume, this other man is alleging the time of day that this altercation occurred.
Yes.
And you have been prepared to show the police unedited, continuous footage from your dash cam recorded throughout that whole process.
Because my dash cam footage works when the ignition is on. So there is a slight gap in it where I turn the ignition off and there's no dash cam footage. So there is ambiguity there.
Right.
But they did say to me that where the takeaway is, and there are a number of CCTV cameras around there, so they will look into that for me. But saying that, I provided them with all the historic evidence that shows the history behind, obviously, the fabricated allegation and the malicious intent behind it. And they were happy. And they said to me that as far as they can see, no further action is warranted. So I have asked them to put that in writing to me and explain the situation with myself and the taxi company. And they said they'll put something in the post. But I said if they could email me, because the post might take 3 or 4 days. So I was expecting an email yesterday from the officer, but I haven't received anything as of yet.
Well, I would like you to chase that up again, because that would be very useful, and I would like a copy of that so that I can contact the taxi company with that as well. Mm-hmm. Just out of interest, did the police tell you when the report had occurred from this individual?
Yes, I put that question to them as well the day after.
So they have confirmed that he did indeed call the police the day after this all happened.
Yes.
Right. Well, this is just a
that was
nightmare.
big question mark as well, because I said to them, if somebody's threatening me and pulls a knife, surely I would call the police there and then wait a day after.
Yeah. Yes, but I mean, this is just this is a nightmare, isn't it? Because I mean, your argument is that this man is just trying to seek revenge and ruin your ability to earn a living as a result of you helping his former partner get out of an abusive relationship with him. But it would appear he is very intent on making as much difficulty for you as possible. I think what would be very, very important to have, and what would be really useful, is when the police have been able to look at the CCTV taken from the nearby shops, if they are able to see from that CCTV that at no point did you pull a weapon out on that man, then surely they will take action against him, because you cannot have individuals making false allegations like this of such a serious nature. So I would hope that that's what they're doing at the moment.
I hope so, but my priority is just getting back to work at the moment. So,
well, of course, but you see, this may well explain why there has been the delay from the employer. Yes. Because if the taxi company is now aware that the police are investigating, you can see from their perspective, until the police have concluded that investigation, they may not be prepared to allow you to work for them at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
So really, it rests on getting that information from the police as soon as possible, that they have concluded their investigation and they do not believe that you did anything wrong whatsoever.
Well, I'll chase them up. I'll chase them up this afternoon.
Can you? And can you, when you chase them up, can you copy me in on the email? If you can please include me on the email, so that they can see that that I'm also aware of this situation, and let's just see what happens. I'd like to touch base again with you. Can you let me know as soon as you hear anything back? As I say, I will contact the taxi company again. We'll take it from there, okay? Vicky's on the line. Hello, Vicky.
Hello.
Hello, Vicky. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Right, I was out walking my dogs with a friend of mine on one of our nice walks where we live, and we met somebody who had a dachshund, and I've always wanted one, and they told me of some puppies that were for sale in where I live. So the person actually rang the breeder and spoke to them, and they said there was one left and to make me an offer. So we went round that afternoon to see the pup and met one of the breeder's family members who was there. And we didn't actually meet the mother, first off, because the mother was shut away. Did meet the pup and did meet the father. Then they did show us the actual mother. But apparently the mother's very, very possessive over her pups, which I can understand. The father apparently was from a rescue dog and was a puppy farm one, which I've later discovered don't make very good studs. I did get a text message about the deposit and the bank details, so we sent that all through, and we went back that evening to see the pup. So I brought another one of my family members with me to meet the pup, because the pup was going to live with us. And the breeder was actually late. We did ask some questions, but they never actually gave us the answers to the questions. When we left...
Sorry to stop you, Vicky.
Yes,
I just need to kind of make sure I'm following all of this.
Sorry.
So you were... Let me just recap, and you tell me whether I've got this right.
Right.
So you're out there walking with a friend. Were you walking your own dog?
Yes, I've got two dogs.
Okay. So you're walking your own two dogs.
Yeah.
And you met someone who was walking a dachshund.
Yes.
It used to be known as a sausage dog.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And they're very cute, and there's quite a lot of them, increasing numbers of them. They can be lovely little dogs. They've got loads of personality for little dogs.
Yes,
although, of course, they can come with some health problems, so you've got to be very careful about the kind of dachshund that you get. But you met someone walking this dachshund, and it was really lovely, and you got chatting, and you said, I'd really like one of those.
Yes.
And she said, "Oh, I know a breeder who's got a puppy available now."
Yes, yes.
So
yes.
you went there, you looked at the puppy, and you put a deposit down for it there and then.
Well, we actually sent a bank transfer through because we didn't have any of the details of the bank because we were going to do it by bank transfer.
Okay.
So we sent that through by bank transfer.
How much?
For £200.
Okay. Now, did you, because obviously with a Dachshund, you do need to be very...
Oh, sorry. I think I saw dogs at the door. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Do you need to get the door?
No, that's fine. That's okay. My dad's gone.
Oh, okay, fine. So, did you? Because you have got to be very careful with Dachshunds in terms of their pedigree and their medical background, and all that kind of stuff, their family history, all that kind of stuff. So did you do all your due diligence in terms of checking out the parents and checking out their history?
No, I didn't at the time because I think when I saw the pup, I just fell in love with the pup. And I thought in my heart that the two would get on well together. But I've actually discovered that because one of our dogs actually has seizures, and we were advised that if the dog has a seizure, the pup might see how weak the dog is and attack her and maybe kill her. And this is what made my alarm bells ringing. Well, maybe I shouldn't really have gone for that. I really should have done more research, but just the way it happened so quickly. We felt like we were rushed into getting this pup, really, in a way.
Well, you should never, ever rush into getting an animal. I mean, you've got dogs yourself. It's a huge decision. You're making a commitment for probably 11, 12, 13, 14, hopefully longer years of your life where that animal is going to have you're going to have the financial responsibility over that animal. You're going to have the duty to train it and to look after it. It's going to restrict where you can go on holiday. It will restrict how long you can go out of your house for. All those things. It's a very big deal to get a dog.
Yeah.
So never rush into it.
No, but that's how we felt with the breeder. We felt like we were being rushed in because they wanted us to put a deposit down and everything, and we just felt like we were being rushed. We probably should have. If in hindsight, we probably should have. I should have looked more into it, but just the way the situation happened, we just thought it was a good idea.
You got a bit swept along with it and ended up putting down £200 as a deposit.
Yeah.
So what happened next then? You started to worry about the effect this puppy would have on your other dogs.
Yes. So I actually rang up somebody who gives me a lot of good advice, and they advised me not to go for the pup and to ring the breed up. So sadly, I had to ring up. I didn't want to because I'd fallen in love with this pup. So I rang the breeder up and said, look, I'm ever so sorry. I can't take the pup because of the reason why, because of our other dog having seizures. And this is the first time they ever mentioned it. They said the deposit wasn't refundable. So I then didn't know what to do then. So
how long was that after putting the deposit down?
We put the deposit on the Saturday. That was the Monday night.
Right. So literally 2 days later.
Yes.
Right.
I have been seeking advice from various different places, and one person actually advised me to put a message, because they said something about consumer rights, a 14-day cooling period. And somebody else advised me to put a message on Facebook, so I did. But unfortunately, I got all nasty remarks. I've since taken myself off that site. And somebody else advised me that because I've never signed a contract, so I've never ever filled a contract in. And they said because I've never filled a contract in, I am entitled to a full refund. So, and I was advised to send a letter to the person to go for the kindness of their heart, to maybe think. Yes, because we were thinking of the welfare of both pets. Because sadly, if we'd had to give rid of the pup, that would have broken my heart, because it doesn't do a pup good to go from one home to another.
No, absolutely no. It would have been completely irresponsible
to
bring a pup in. I mean, to be honest with you, you should have thought about all this before you agreed to buy it.
Yes.
Because it is a really big decision,
It is,
you're going to change your own life. You're going to change the life of your own dogs that you've already got, and you're going to then take responsibility for that puppy. And it's completely unfair to bring a puppy in and then to start saying, "Oh, I'm going to change my mind," and now you can't muck an animal around like that. It's just not fair.
No.
So, I mean, yes, you should have thought about it. However, you are where you are, and it's better to have changed your mind before you brought the puppy into your home. Than to do it afterwards. It would have been, if you were genuinely worried about it, to bring the puppy in and then to see how things went would have been really irresponsible. How much was the puppy going to be in total?
1,600.
Gosh, okay. Well, I know the price of dogs has gone up quite a lot. Okay, let me just kind of talk you through what you're entitled to, Vicky.
Right.
And I'm going to... do you listen to my programme?
I have been, yes. I have, yes. We've been trying to find it in various different places, but I don't know if it's just around this area that it is all... Is it all over?
Well, it's all over Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire and Buckinghamshire. I mean, the reason I ask you that is because I'm known for being a bit blunt, Vicky. And so therefore I just wanted to kind of brace you for that, because I'm not trying to be rude, or I don't want I don't want to upset you in any way. It's just there's no point me tiptoeing around it. A lot of the advice you've been given by people that you've spoken to is a load of old nonsense. Okay?
Right.
There is no 14-day cooling off period that you automatically have in consumer law when putting down a deposit.
Right.
The fact that you haven't signed a contract really doesn't come into it. When you, in the eyes of the law, when you agree to pay a deposit to someone that is selling an item, when you put that deposit down, that is showing your intention to purchase that product, or in this case, that puppy. Okay? So in the eyes of the law, and the other thing I would say is you should always assume that a deposit you put down is non-refundable.
Right.
You don't... A deposit... If it was automatic that deposits were fully refundable, what would be the point of putting a deposit down?
Yeah.
So a deposit, you should always assume, unless you get it in writing, that it is a fully refundable deposit. You should always assume that if you then decide to not go ahead with the purchase, you will lose your deposit. Okay?
Right, yeah.
So that's kind of the legal perspective. The legal perspective is you've entered into a contract to buy that puppy, you've changed your mind, that's your fault, you lose your 200 quid. Okay?
Right, yeah.
That's from a legal perspective. Now, having said that, I'm a bit surprised that the breeder, if they were a good breeder, I'm a bit surprised that they would take this attitude with you 2 days afterwards, because if I was breeding an animal and you'd come back to me 2 days later and you said, look, I've been thinking about this a lot, and something I hadn't realised, and you talk about the other dog having seizures and all that kind of stuff, I would be thinking to myself, well, do you know what? Vicky sounds like a responsible person, because she's made this decision in the best interests of her dog and also this puppy. So I'm not going to be mean and hang on to her £200. I'm going to give her £200 back. She's not just a time waster. She's someone that has thought about it seriously. It hasn't, unless that... Has the breeder said that they put someone else off over the weekend that was going to buy the puppy?
No, none of that at all. They did want me to go and find somebody for them. But unfortunately, the two people I asked, one of them only wants a boy one, and the other one's got another dog now, so they're not interested.
So what had they said to you? If you could find another buyer for the puppy, they'd give you your deposit back?
I think that's what they were saying. You could get your deposit back that way, they said. But yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do, and I just need to be very honest and upfront with you, because I don't want you to end up feeling disappointed.
Yes.
Next time you and I speak.
Right.
I will go and speak to the breeder. Let me just get their side of the story and see whether they feel comfortable hanging on to your £200 based on these circumstances.
Right, okay.
If they come back with a compelling argument as to why it's perfectly reasonable to hang on to the £200,
right,
then I am going to say to you, do you know what, Vicky? You live and learn in life. This was an expensive lesson to learn. Time to draw a line under it and move on.
Yeah, yeah.
But if they maybe aren't thinking about it from a kind of human perspective, and if they're not thinking about it from a, well, look, you weren't just a time waster, you were someone that genuinely wanted to get the puppy, but you made the best decision for the well-being of that puppy and your existing dog.
Yeah.
Maybe they would be prepared, particularly if they've subsequently been able to sell the puppy to someone else and therefore have made all the money they were going to make from you anyway. Let me see if they would be prepared to give you the money back. But it will be a bit of a, if they do that, it will be them doing you a favour, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, because, see, I would actually think the same way as what you've just said. I would actually, I would say I would give them their money back, even though I know I'm not entitled to. I would do exactly the same thing, because in my heart I know that they thought of the welfare of both the pups and the other dogs.
Well, yes, but you have to see things from the other person's perspective. There are a lot of people in life who are time wasters. And a lot of people who muck other people around. And the whole point of putting down a deposit is to show your desire to go ahead and complete the purchase of that car, that puppy, that whatever it is you're putting a deposit down for. It shows your intention to go ahead and to complete the contract. Whether you've signed a contract or not is irrelevant. It shows your intention in the eyes of the law. So you are then breaking that contract by changing your mind. And they don't have to give you the money back. In fact, there are some cases where, and I've dealt with this in the past, where actually the person who is selling whatever it may be, whether it be, let's use, for example, the car scenario. I've dealt with a case before where a company was selling a car. Somebody went and put a deposit down for this car on a Saturday.
Right.
And then on the Monday changed their mind and said, I don't want the car anymore. And the garage said, well, we had another person who came to buy that car there and then on Saturday, and we turned them down because you'd put a deposit down. We've now lost that sale. We are not only hanging on to your money, but we are going to force you to go ahead with the purchase, and you've got to buy the car.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So it could be worse. You know, there are, and this is why people really do need to think long and hard before you start putting deposits down. And there's never any need to put a deposit down. Remember, when you're buying something, ultimately it's your decision whether you want to buy that puppy or not. And if the breeder says, well, you need to put a deposit down, you say, well, I'm sorry, but at this point in time, I want to seek some more advice. I'm not going to put a deposit down, but I understand that means you may well sell the puppy to someone else in the meantime. It's a risk you take, but you don't have to put a deposit down.
No.
Okay?
No, yeah.
Right, well, look, let's see what we can do. I'm not making any promises, but I will. No. I'll give them a call and just see what they have to say, okay?
Yep, sure, lovely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you, Vicky. Hang on there. I'll pass you back to the team. Now, Ellis likes to do up minis in his spare time. He bought some rather expensive wheel arches for his latest project, and he arranged for the wheel arches to be delivered to a local shop because he couldn't guarantee he'd be at home for the delivery. Well, the delivery companies say they have indeed delivered the wheel arches to the shop. But when his father went along to the shop to collect them on his behalf, well, things had gone horribly wrong.
It got delivered to the shop. I got the email confirmation with the code. I sent my dad down there to pick it up, and he phoned me straight away and said that the part wasn't there. Well, the parcel wasn't there. He said the shop said it might have been sent back, so I got in contact with the seller. They then gave me all the details of how it got to the shop, basically all the delivery details, tracking numbers, etc. And so I've basically been going around in circles, contacting everyone to try and see where it's got to, and everyone points to the shop, basically, and the shop's denying all knowledge. And then they started saying that I was calling them a liar, and I said, well, I'm not. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where my parcel is.
Well, it was all very awkward. Ellis came to me and asked if I could try and get things sorted out, and, well, it's been fascinating, to be honest with you. Ellis is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ellis.
Hi, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. As you know, I spoke to the man that runs the shop, and to be fair, seems like a very nice guy. And he said to me, he was quite adamant about it, he was quite firm. He said, We did not receive this parcel for Ellis. We've looked for it. We definitely did not receive that parcel. He said, and I said to him, well, how come your name has been given by the courier company then as being the person that received it and signed for it? He said, we don't sign for things. It doesn't work like that. He said, the courier companies, they arrive throughout the day with various bundles of parcels for people to collect. They simply come in, they put the bundle of parcels on the counter, they then scan their own system to say that they have come to the shop and delivered the stuff. But we don't get any paperwork, we don't get any full breakdown of what is included in that delivery. So as far as we're concerned, we have not received as part of that delivery from that particular courier company the parcel designed for Ellis. Well, I said, well, this is very difficult because, you know, Ellis is now in the position where you're blaming the courier company are blaming you, and poor old Ellis has paid hundreds of pounds for this item and it's not turned up. So what's he supposed to do? The guy at the shop said, well, it's not my problem. You need to go and talk to the courier company because I can't do any more than I've done at the moment. So I was about to speak to you on the programme yesterday and break that bad news to you when I came in yesterday morning to find what can only be described as a very sheepish answer phone message from this man. And to be fair to him, he completely held his hand up and he said, we found the parcel. He said, I'm so sorry. He said, the parcel was quite a big parcel and somebody, unbeknown to me, had put it elsewhere in the shop, not with the rest of the parcels for collection, because it was too big. And we've just stumbled across it. We found this parcel. So he said, I'm so sorry, but you can tell Ellis that if he'd like to come down, his parcel is indeed with us. So talk about egg all over your face. He certainly had a bit of egg all over his face. So you were going to send your dad back down to the shop yesterday to go and collect it for you. How did he get on?
I actually sent my other half, and she picked up the parcel. And she sent me a picture to prove that she'd picked it up as well.
Fantastic, because you're not at home at the moment, are you?
No, I'm not. No. So yeah, I've got it. It was there. Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, I mean, the slight difficulty is that, of course, next time you order something, are you going to be inclined to have it delivered to that shop or not?
No. I'll try and make sure that someone's at home.
Well, I think either that, or have you got a very friendly neighbour that you could have it directed to instead?
Not really. I won't be using. I mean, I've never had a problem before with the shop, so that's why I got it delivered to the shop. It's always been there when I've gone to pick it up. So
yes,
but I won't be going through the aggravation again, just in case it happens again. So.
Well, no, that is the slight problem, isn't it? And and I've had the same experience myself when you've organised for something to be delivered and things go wrong. It's extremely frustrating because your kind of item is lost in the ether and you're trying to get it back and people are giving you mixed messages and it's all very frustrating and stressful, isn't it, really? So, listen, the good news is it looks like a happy ending for you.
Yes.
We will thank this gentleman. I'm not going to name him, but he knows who he is. We will thank him very much indeed for finding the parcel and for, accepting and owning up to the mistake. Mistakes can happen, but he owned up to it, so there we go. All is forgiven and you can move on.
Yes. Thank you very much.
OK, Ellis, any other problems, you know where we are. And I need to talk to David. David was telling me he purchased a diamond and tanzanite ring for his wife's birthday. This was back in June of last year. 11 months later, something happened.
The stone had come out of the ring, the tanzanite stone, and contacted the company, emailed them, and they said they'd be happy to look at it. I just had to pay to have it posted back to them, which I did. They looked at it for about a week or so. Then I got an email back from them saying that their jeweller had a look at it, and he believed that the ring had been knocked or scraped, resulting in a claw breaking and the stone coming out. And they've also noted that my wife has obviously been using soaps and creams on her hand, causing to tarnish the metal. Yeah, I did query a bit about the soap and the gels, because obviously I said, well, my wife worked in a school at the time, so obviously they were hand sanitising all through school term quite a lot, but none of her other rings have been tarnished.
Well, the company were clearly blaming David's wife for the damage to the ring and said that because it was her fault, they would have to pay £75. the company were not prepared to repair it for free. Well, David wasn't very happy with that. He said, look, my wife has not damaged the ring. She's used the ring in a perfectly normal and reasonable way, and we don't think it's acceptable. It's clearly not a very good quality ring. It's clearly not lasted very long, 11 months. Not happy about having to pay another 75 quid just to get it repaired and back to us. Well, I went off to have a word with the company on David's behalf. David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Morning, Jonathan.
I think it's safe to say the company are a bit eggy that you've come to me.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. I, to be honest, I couldn't care less whether companies are eggy, and I'm sure as a customer you couldn't care less either. No. So let's just see what they have to say for themselves. They have said that they pride themselves on their excellent customer care, both pre- and post-sales. We asked to assess the ring, whereby it appeared to have been knocked or scraped, resulting in one clasp having come off the ring and the tanzanite stone being missing. The ring had also not been looked after and was filled with residue under the stones. We emailed the customer back after the assessment to say we could make it like new and clean it for £75, and they haven't come back to us. We're always happy to resolve an issue, so we are surprised that they've gone straight to the BBC before liaising further with our team. We ask that they respond to our last correspondence so we can resolve this. Our aim is for every customer to be delighted with their purchase, which is evident from our customer reviews on the internet. We've got a 4.8 star with over 10,000 reviews, says this company. So they're a bit eggy that you've come to me rather than going back and rejecting their offer. I mean, is it true you didn't go back to reject their offer?
No, I didn't, because I'd spoken to them in the first case when I sent it back, because I quoted a lot of bits about the consumer rights about lasting the reasonable amount of time when I first sent it. Because I did say to them, when I'm sending it back, do I have to pay postage? And obviously I want to send it back to yourselves because I don't feel like it's fit for purpose. And they were very helpful then, but their email was sort of quite just by the book, just said, it's outside the guarantee, this is what it is, click on the link to pay for it, if not we'll send it back. Okay. So I just took it. My biggest problem is if I paid for it, it was almost like an admission of guilt that we have damaged it. So if it ever broke again, they could say that, oh, you know, you've paid once, it was your problem, you've obviously done it again. That was my biggest worry.
Well, for me, this is very simple. I mean, they are saying that they've looked at the ring and one of the clasps, which I presume is a little bit of metal that kind of flicks on top of the stone to hold the stone in place. They're saying one of those has broken off and there's all this, what they call residue, underneath the stone, which would, I presume what they're suggesting is that your wife may well have submerged it underwater on a regular basis or done the washing up with it on or something like that, and there's all this, whatever it may be, that's got under the stone and may well have loosened any glue or anything else like that they use on it. I mean, is there a chance that that has happened or not?
Well, my wife wears it most days because, like I said, it sits in a collection with her other rings. But I mean, I know from when she does do the washing up, she does take her rings off because she doesn't want to sort of damage them when she's washing up and things like that.
Yeah.
And I know that most of the time at work she wouldn't wear them because she was working with children. It was only if she, on a Monday, forgot to take them off or would wear them now and again. But 9 times out of 10 she wouldn't wear them during the week.
Yes.
But no, it's you know, it's the thing that surprised me that some of our other rings that we've had longer are fine, and one of them's actually had engagement ring. It's got a much larger stone on it, about another 2 or 3 millimetres higher, and that one's absolutely fine.
I mean, because if your wife has indeed damaged the ring, caught it on something, and it's broken the ring, then obviously it would not be fair or reasonable to blame the company for that.
No, exactly.
Unless it was, you know, something that demonstrated that the actual clasp itself was of such poor quality. You know, if you just slightly caught it on, if you're putting a jumper on or something, and just the process of putting a jumper on was enough to break the clasp and pull the stone out, I mean, that would be a bit pathetic, wouldn't it, really? And you would question the quality of the ring. Because I'm sure, and as I mentioned to you yesterday on the programme, I don't wear jewellery, so I don't know very much about it, but I would imagine there are lots and lots of women in particular listening to this programme that have engagement rings and all kinds of rings on their finger with stones in them that they've worn for years and years and years, and from time to time might catch on things, but it doesn't pull the stone out.
No, exactly.
So it really depends. I mean, if you are confident that you've got photographs showing that ring to be in perfectly reasonable quality and condition when you sent it back, then I think I would robustly respond to their email and say, thank you for agreeing that the ring does need to be repaired. However, we are not happy with having to pay £75 for this to be done. At the point of the stone falling out, the ring was only 11 months old. We have photographic evidence to show that that ring, at the time of sending it back to you, did not have a broken clasp on it. It just purely demonstrates that the stone had fallen out of the ring. And we do not believe that the ring has been used in any unreasonable way whatsoever. So we reject the fact that you're trying to charge £75 to repair a ring that, frankly, is not clearly of good quality and has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send that email this afternoon then.
Yeah, I mean, if you're confident that that's the case, then yes, I would certainly dig my heels in and say, look, I'm not happy to pay the £75.
No, that's the thing, as I'm saying, with my wife's other rings, some of them are a bit more delicate, and I think if she would have caught her hand on something and scraped it across, surely there'd be more damage to the other rings as well. So, no, that's fine, yep. I'll go down that route.
I think it would also be interesting in there to put, you mention in your response to the BBC that you have found residue under the stones. Can you please elaborate on what that residue is? Because, I mean, what are they alleging your wife's done? You know, milk a cow with it on, or stick her hand up a cow's bottom or something. I mean, what kind of residue? Well, no, quite. But I mean, in all seriousness, I would imagine an awful lot of residue that people have on jewellery at the moment is hand sanitizer.
Well, yeah, that was my thing with that. I'm thinking, you know, my wife doesn't use excessive hand creams every night, and she doesn't use any sort of special stuff. It's just hand sanitizer and soap now and again when she cleans her hands.
Yes. Although be very careful, just as a warning for everyone listening to the programme, I know someone who unfortunately lost her wedding ring because she used hand sanitizer going into a garden centre. And unfortunately, it made her fingers, she's lost a little bit of weight since she got married. And the combination of hand sanitizer meant her wedding ring just fell off and she didn't feel it. And she's lost that now. So be a little bit careful with sanitizer and jewellery and the effect that it can have. Look, I think what you need to do, David, is respond to that email, copy me in on it as well.
Yep.
And just be, firm in your response that you think it's completely unreasonable for them to charge £75.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll get that sent this afternoon.
OK, super. Let me know how you get on. We'll talk next week, yeah?
Lovely. Thanks, Jonathan. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
Tackling your consumer problems.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC. Three Counties Radio.
Kimberly moved into a new home 5 years ago. And over lockdown, she noticed the taps in her 3 bathrooms haven't lasted very well.
The chrome was all peeling off and stuff, and it was all black around there. So we thought we'd get in touch with the company and just let them know what was happening. Unfortunately, they were closed due to COVID. We were in warranty at that point in time, obviously, when we rang them, and unfortunately, no one was there. We even tried, I think, emailing as well, and got no response at all. So we left it, and unfortunately, things just, it's just gotten worse and worse with time. And it's just embarrassing when guests come over and the chrome is all peeling away, especially in the guest toilet downstairs. So luckily, of course, everything opened back. We got in touch with them. They were kind at first, and it's just been a pushback ever since then. We haven't sent the right information to them that they need to see. This is not what we need something else, but no help at all.
Well, I went off to have a word with the company. To start with, they blamed the cleaning product that Kimberly had used on the taps. But there was some good news for Kimberly on that front. I have exactly the same make of taps as Kimberly. And I know that I haven't used the cleaning product they were accusing Kimberly of having used. And yet my taps have gone exactly the same as Kimberly's after 5 years. So I said, well, that's very interesting. Why have my taps gone bubbly? Well, at that point, the company said, OK, well, look, we don't want to get into an argument over this. So what we'll do is we'll replace the taps. last time I spoke to Kimberly, one of the taps had been replaced, but unfortunately the plumber that turned up had come with 2 of the wrong type of taps for the other sinks. So they were due to come back, I think it was either end of last week or beginning of this week. Let's find out what the latest is. Kimberly's back on the JVS show. Kimberly, how are your taps?
Oh, well, again, so they were meant to turn up on the 4th of August. Made sure that I had nothing booked in with the kids to do, summer holidays. So we were ready to be in for the day. No email, no text was received about a time that they were going to turn up. So I think it got to about 11 a.m. and I decided to give their customer service a ring. And the young lady I spoke to, she said that there was nothing on their system about coming that day. She took quite, she was really good, really efficient. She took a good couple of minutes to go and check background history, I assume see what was going on with them coming out to see us, and there was nothing on their system. So we're now booked in again for the 18th of August.
Oh, blimey.
So it's been quite a long, process. Luckily, like you said, the taps are working, they're fine. It's just the cosmetic look of it isn't great. So we're not, out of pocket or anything, waiting here with no taps.
No, but we need to be a bit more patient again. Well, it's very frustrating though, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Well, okay. Well, look, I was hoping to be able to give them the rest of my horn, but it looks as if that's not going to be possible. Can you keep me in the loop and let me know after the 18th that they have indeed turned up?
Definitely, I will do.
Thank you very much indeed. Is on the line. Hello, Peter.
Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Basically, I've got an 83-year-old car. I've been spending about 8 years doing it all up. I got to the stage where I needed all the interior renewing, all the leather seats, door cards, headlining, all that sort of thing.
Are you able to tell me what kind of car it is?
It's a 1938 Austin 10 Cambridge.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to look this up because that sounds like... Well, that's a proper old car, isn't it?
Yeah, it was in quite a state when I got it.
So it's 1938?
Yeah.
And what is it?
It's an Austin 10 Cambridge.
Austin 10 Cambridge. Right, let's have a look at this. What is that? Oh, lovely. Oh, I know the kind of thing.
Yeah.
That is lovely. In fact, I know someone with one of those cars.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That's beautiful. They're lovely cars, aren't they? Proper old cars. Were they?
Well, I mean, I've not driven it many times up to yet because I've not got all the interior finished. But...
Right. So are you? Because I think to own a car like that, you've got to know about cars, really, haven't you?
Well, I mean, I didn't know that lot about cars when I started.
Oh, well,
can you? As I've gone along, I've just progressed. Done a bit of welding and things like that, and done a few bits, and it's kept me busy.
No, I was going to say, I mean, a car like that it's going to need constant care, isn't it? Constant care and attention.
That's right. There's always something wrong.
Yeah. Oh, there will be. So, in terms of the interior, you needed to get all the interior redone on it. What's happened? What's gone wrong?
Well, back in December last year, I approached somebody that does all car interiors. Met up with him, chose the colour leather I wanted, the colour of the carpet. He agreed a price to supply all the bits and
what colour were you going for?
Like a chocolatey brown sort of leather, like what was already in the car. I didn't want to change it to like bright reds and things like that. I wanted to keep it the same as it was.
Keep it authentic, yeah. Okay, and what colour carpet?
It's like a lightish brown carpet to go with the seats.
Right, lovely. And how much was it going to cost to have all the interior with the seats and the carpet and everything redone?
I was told that it would be £2,500, and that was with the chap helping me fit it, along the way as it went. Like.
Oh, so you were going to fit it? He was just going to supply it for you?
Yeah, well, he was going to help. And we're going to do it together.
Right.
He'd recover all the seats at his workshop and and then we'd work in together and fit different bits and pieces, the headlining and bits and pieces together.
Right. Is that forgive me, is that normal?
Normally, he'd just, from what I gather, just supply the stuff. He wouldn't help fit.
Oh.
But what he said to me at the time, I've never done a car like this before. This would be the first one I've done. And what he wanted to do was help fit things. And then he got an idea of how the car went together on the interior. He could take patterns of my door cards, patterns of the headlining that he was going to make. And then he'd start going along the lines of the same sort of interior that I've got. He'd be able to...
Forgive me, but wasn't it a bit of a risk to use someone who's never done this kind of car interior before on such a special car?
Well, I've seen work he'd done, on other vehicles, other makes of cars. Not exactly my one, but I was, prepared to take that chance. You know.
So he had done complete interior jobs on other old cars, just nothing quite as old as yours.
Yeah, no, even older cars than mine he'd done, but not my particular model.
Oh, I see. Right, but you were you knew that he was good at the job and he would do it, because you don't want someone to do a bodge job, do you? You want it to look really smart.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I've spent all that time and money on it up to date, and yeah.
So where are we now with it then?
Well, I mean, I paid him £1,000 deposit at Christmas so that he could order the carpet and order the leather that I'd picked. So I then obviously waited for the leather to turn up and the carpet be delivered to my house. Carpet turned up at my house, no problem. The leather turned up at his premises, and he got on doing my front seats. And then late February, March time, he sent me some pictures. He said, I've done your 2 front seats. And when I looked at the pictures, I noticed that he'd covered them in completely different leather to the one that I'd chosen.
Well, hang on a minute. Yeah. So when the carpet arrived at your house, but the leather
was at my house.
But the leather arrived at his place.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, but did you not get him to send you a photo of it, or did you not go and inspect it? I mean, I know we were in lockdown, but
yeah, I just took it that he'd got the leather that I chose at Christmas.
Oh dear. Have you got the specific leather that you'd requested? Have you got that written down?
No, he didn't even leave me with a little sample, because he didn't have any samples to leave me at the time.
Well, you've left yourself a bit vulnerable there then, haven't you, Peter? Because, I mean, you've got no record of exactly what you'd agreed to have put in the car.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. But he did own up, and he said, I've used your leather for somebody else. I must have picked the wrong roll up.
Oh.
I thought yours was under the bench, but it was up in the rafters.
Right.
Not a problem. I'll redo them for you. I can always sell them on, so it's not a problem.
Oh.
So,
okay, he sounds like a decent chap.
He's quite friendly. And anyway, I said, well, that's all right. Order the proper leather. So I then waited, and he then got the proper leather.
What colour was the leather he had put on the seats?
It was a similar colour to what I'd chosen, but the actual, like the motley effect of the leather wasn't the same as what I chose.
But did it matter that much?
Yeah, it did, because it just wasn't what I'd chosen and what I wanted. So anyway, I mean, he was happy to change it. No problem. No problem at all.
Well, but there obviously is a problem. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking to me now. So what's gone on?
Well, I mean, this was like the start of it all. It's just gone on and on. It's an absolute nightmare. He said that he would come to my house in the evenings and do some work. He would come to my house either on a Saturday, Sunday, do some of the work. The rest of the work he'd do in his own workshop. I said, well, that's fair enough, because the car's not been driven very far yet. I don't really want to take it to your premises. So he agreed with me that that's what we'd do. And he just come up with loads and loads of excuses from that day onwards, for not turning up.
Right.
To date, he's missed 18 visits at the moment. He's made appointments to turn up 18 times. I've waited and waited. He's ignored my calls. And it's just been going on and on like this from March.
Right. But, I mean, to be honest with you, the whole arrangement of you and him doing it together, it does seem a bit weird because, it seems to muddy the water between whether you're a customer or not. Because surely either he does the job, either he does the interior for you and you pay him for his services, or he just supplies the stuff and you do it. This idea of him coming round to your house to help you, it sounds more like the kind of thing that a friend would do rather than a businessman would do as part of his, his company.
No, it was left that I fitted the trims around the windows and various bits and pieces like that, and I fitted the carpet.
And
myself.
that's all documented in the contract, is it?
Not as such, no. Not down in black and white, no.
Well, what have you got in black and white that shows exactly what your understanding of the contract was and what his understanding of the contract was?
Well, his paperwork says to supply the trim kit, carpet, headlining and fitting for an Austin 10 Cambridge in brown leather.
It does say fitting?
It does, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But because he was coming round on his own, he asked if I could help with the fitting to make it easier.
Yeah.
And what he done, he bought the trims, and then after he'd left, I would spend time and fit the trims around the windows and various bits and pieces.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, just none of it sounds ideal to me because it just all sounds a little bit kind of... It just doesn't sound very professional, to be honest. Either he fits your interior for you and you pay him for it, or he supplies you and you do it yourself with a mate who knows what they're doing. It's this whole, it just seems a little bit odd. So what's the latest in terms of... You've paid him £1,000, have you?
No, I've paid him $2,500 to date.
Why would you have done that? Because you said that was the full cost of the job.
That's right, and at different stages, it was understood that I paid him payments along the way.
But you said that he, on 18 occasions, hasn't turned up. So surely there have been some pretty fundamental parts of time that he hasn't done what he was supposed to do. So why would you keep on paying him?
Well, when it got to nearly finishing the car, he says, I'm a bit desperate. Could you give me £1,000? And like a idiot, I parted with it.
Right, but hang on a second. You say when you got to almost completing the car. So a lot of work has been done on it. It is nearly finished.
Yeah, if he was to spend probably a day and a half,
yeah,
the car would be finished. And he bought the door.
Okay.
The door trim panels with him, which I've been waiting for because I had a problem there. He sent patterns off.
Right.
The door trims have got carpet on the bottom.
So do you suspect... Okay, so to be fair to him then, quite a lot of work has been done and he has done a lot of work on it. He just hasn't finished it. And do you suspect that the reason why things seem to have ground to a halt, is it because he's realised that this has been much more involved than he'd originally first thought? and it's taken up far more time than he'd first thought, and therefore he's just got a bit fed up of it.
Yeah, I think he's realised that it's been more work.
Yeah, and to be honest, when I said that, it all sounded a bit weird, this idea of kind of helping you fit it. I mean, even to someone like me who knows nothing about fitting car interiors, I mean, it's just obvious. Jobs always become more complicated than you think, particularly jobs that you've never done before. You know, my poor old brother, every time I say, could you come round with your drill and put some shelves up for me? You know, he ends up having to take a wall down because it always ends up more complicated. You know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah, I know.
But to be honest with you, that's kind of his fault, because he's the professional, you're the customer, and he therefore needs to take responsibility for the fact that if he's bitten off more than he can chew, that's his fault, not yours, and he needs to just come and finish the job and move on. Would you like me to just call him and see what I can do?
If you could, please. Okay. I mean, just backtracking a bit. I mean, every time he turns up and he brings another piece of the interior trim, he turns up and he's put a different colour. He's put a different colour leather on the trim, and when I put one piece next to the other piece, it's a completely different texture and it's a different colour. And this is what I've been up against all the time, like, you know.
But that sounds odd, because you said that you had seen examples of his work previously.
Definitely, yeah.
And you obviously went with him because you were impressed by the quality of the work.
That's right, yeah, definitely.
Right.
Definitely.
So why suddenly would the quality of his work have gone down to this kind of extent that he's putting the wrong colour leather on existing furniture? I mean, that sounds like a very weird thing to do.
I honestly don't understand his logic, why he's gone down this route, Jonathan. You know, honestly don't. He's just giving me excuses all the way along. You know, look, he's broke his mobile phone. He's crashed his car. Someone's passed away. His mum's collapsed, and this is how it's gone on every time he's supposed to turn up. And he promised me that the car would be finished in July,
and it's not.
And no, he said I'll finish it on the 24th of July, and I waited, and he never turned up.
Okay, all right. Listen, let me go and have a word with him. Let me see what I can do to hurry him up to get it finished, and let's see what might have gone on from his perspective as well with all of this. Leave it with us, Peter. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I'll go and have a word.